This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, the nursery chimps get the better of animal manager Jeremy.
David Attenborough didn't have this problem, did he? No.
And there's tension when a new woolly monkey baby is born.
Hey! Grab the monkey, grab the monkey.
Monkey World is a thriving 65-acre sanctuary. Established 20 years ago, it's run by Jim Cronin and his wife Alison. It's home to more than 160 primates of 15 different species. And all the primate care staff dedicate their lives to rehabilitating the animals that come their way.
Jim and I have always sort of said to the primate care staff, and it's sort of the way we think about our animals as well, is that we always on a daily basis want to try and come up with new and better ways to improve their quality of life, because this is their home, this is where they live. So we're, always trying to think of things that would be better for them, keep them more interested, more amused, more active, more healthy.
When you work with animals, no 2 days are ever the same. But for animal manager Jeremy, his day starts with a physical challenge.
Yeah, you look, you get hold of that, pull it. Yeah, good girl, pull it. Good girl, go pull it up. Good, yeah, pull it up there, go on. You were doing well for a second then. Yeah, good girl. Oh, you almost got it then.
In the bucket is water and vegetable oil filled with floating treats.
Get hold of that. Sally, where do I get all these jobs?
Curiosity has even got the better of the newest recruits, Ben and Pip. They've been extremely nervous of the outdoors and have only recently been brave enough to come outside. But now, there's no stopping Ben.
Well, Pip's still a little bit of a wuss. I don't know why. But Ben's a real outside boy. If you look at Pip now, she's still a bit nervous of it all, though she doesn't quite know why. Look, Ben, what are you doing, eh? You be careful, don't go and fall in. What's this?
Life at Monkey World is all about creating fun. But there's a serious side too.
Now, the whole thing is, apart from gives them something different to do, the oil on the top of this is, is good for their skin and coat conditioning. These chaps do get dry skin, and of course our climate isn't really suited to them, so we do need to oil their skin regularly, like on a daily basis. Otherwise they can get dry and cracked skin. We do give them oil in their diet, so we've got oil from within, but also we spray them and anoint them with vegetable oil. And this is just a variation on that. We've got water with oil floating about in the top and then the food, and so at some point they're going to get oil on them and it's good fun. And, it's just another way of getting oil onto them.
Ben's having a great time. Just like humans, all chimps have different personalities. And while Ben is bolder than his sister, young female chimps are more thoughtful than males. She knows bolder isn't always best because there could be danger outside, but each day she seems more at ease with her surroundings, and no doubt she'll soon be just as boisterous as her brother. While most of the gang are enjoying their treat, dominant female Sally doesn't join in.
Sal's not a team player. Sal only likes doing things when she's on her own and, got the full attention. She doesn't share.
Sally's nursery mob is one of 4 chimpanzee groups at the park. It's home to 7 chimps, and 18-year-old Sally's made it her job to be the park's very own foster mum. Many years ago, she did live in an adult group, but never really fitted in. Because she loved babies, it became her job to help the park's younger residents negotiate the complexities of chimp life. To date, she's helped raise 29 babies. Living at the other end of the park is a unique bunch of chimps, the bachelor boys, affectionately known as the hooligans. They all started life in mixed groups, but as most of them were too aggressive, a bachelor pad was set up. Jim and Alison took quite a risk putting a bunch of highly strung boys together, but it seems to be working. In the wild, small bachelor groups do occur when adolescent males leave their birth troop. They go off and establish their own new territory. This lot of hooligans are a happy and settled bunch governed by their slightly unhinged leader, Butch. Boys being boys, life is full of petty squabbles. And back with the nursery chimps, Jeremy's found himself right in the middle of one.
Bundle. Sort them out, Lulu. Good girl. Did you see that? Good job you were here.
Conflict is too much for youngsters Ben and Pip, who make a hasty retreat. Seamus has turned his attentions to animal manager Jeremy. Jeremy hand-reared the 7-year-old for the first 2 years of his life, so they're always pleased to see each other. The problem is, Seamus's age may be increasing, but his maturity isn't. It's not long before others follow, and Jeremy is at the centre of a free-for-all.
David Attenborough didn't have this problem, did he? No. I've got another spot, have I? Stop it.
Now the chimps have had a sufficient oiling, Jeremy can get his revenge. While he has fun terrorising the others, Lulu uses her intelligence to sneak the prize. By emptying out the bucket, she gets all the tasty bits that have sunk to the bottom. As Monkey World was set up as a rescue centre, breeding is not always encouraged. But because some species are endangered, the park takes part in controlled breeding programmes.
We actually participate in 3 different international breeding programs for specific species. And that's for the orangutan, our woolly monkeys, and our golden sheep gibbons. So that means, in terms of a global perspective, we're talking to and liaising with different organizations around the world to ensure that any infants that are born to any of those 3 species have maximum genetic diversity, so that you create a population, albeit in captivity, but that are unrelated and a healthy population. And you try and ensure, of course, that they're born into good circumstances so that they grow up and behave naturally.
Woolly monkeys are part of the endangered species breeding programme, but they rarely successfully give birth in captivity. They're extremely difficult to keep healthy as they suffer from social stress and high blood pressure. They also have very particular nutritional needs, but here, large tree-filled enclosures and a carefully monitored diet ensures a happy community. This has led to the much-awaited arrival of the park's 3rd baby woolly monkey to female Kuna. It's Jim who's captured on camera the baby's first and vital moments.
Jim, I just wanted, do you need anything down there? Are you good?
No, right now we're fine. If everything's settled up there, you know, you ought to feel free to come down.
The only problem is, it looks like Mum Kuna has rejected the baby. Instead of being tucked up with her, it's attached to Dad.
It's very possible that Dad saved the baby's life. Sadly, he might have been a hero for one moment, but he can't continue to care for the baby because somebody's got to feed it. But we're going to have to do something about it now, so we're probably going to have to anesthetize both the mother and father, hope that that goes okay, and try and put the baby back on the mum and see what happens. So it's tense times right now, but we're all very pleased that Kuna and the baby are fit and healthy, and that, boy, Dad saved the day, picked up the baby and is keeping it warm.
As animal manager Jeremy Dart's dad, Bueno, vet Mike Nathan is on standby to take the baby and keep it warm. Mum Kuna is also anaesthetised, so the baby can be put back on her nipple to feed. But before that, Mike needs to check the baby's weight.
What's the weight?
313.
The baby's weight is 313 grams, which is less than a can of baked beans. At the moment, he's a healthy size, but time is ticking to get him fed properly.
Right, okay. This baby hasn't had anything at all to suckle since it's been born. I think the reflex to hang on is incredibly strong. That's overriding everything. But it just wants to have a suckle on the nipple, but he is just too lazy to take it. So I want to get some fluids in because I think he's slightly dehydrated.
The baby's becoming weaker and weaker, so it's vital he gets fed.
So, Mikey, how much did you get in?
1.5 mils.
The baby is taken to lie with Mum while she's under anaesthetic. Maybe when she wakes up, Kuna will at last bond with her new infant.
Are you ready? Yeah, that's fine.
Not too much in with it because we have
don't need those things.
We'll see, it's all in really Kuna's hands now, whether she wants the baby or not, and in the end, you know, only she can make that decision. So we'll be here to sort of pick up the pieces if she decides not to, but really, this is what we want.
Monkey World Ape Rescue Centre is home to 59 chimps, the largest natural living collection outside of Africa. Most had a traumatic start in life. Their nightmare began when they were stolen from the wild as babies. Even worse, the capture of one infant can result in as many as 10 adults being slaughtered as they try to defend the baby. Some went on to be used as beach photographers' props. Others were paraded around in circuses, and for a few, life was in a laboratory. How much damage stays with them, no one knows, but their scars are definitely apparent. These primates are man's closest relative, sharing nearly 99% of our DNA. They're highly sociable, and in the wild they live in large communities that can number 80 or more. At Monkey World, the largest group is home to 21. Presiding over the clan is their leader of more than 15 years, Paddy. He's a gentle boss, but as alpha male, it's his job to make sure there is peace among the group. The others will show him respect through submissive gestures such as crouching or holding out their hands while grunting or squeaking. Paddy might not be the brightest chimp on the block, but what he lacks in brain power, he makes up for in muscle. He's proved to be a fantastic leader and is respected by the whole group. In the second biggest chimp group, newly instated leader Hananya is struggling with life at the top. Two years ago, he was second in command to Rodney. It was Hananya's job to support his alpha male, and he clearly showed respect for his leader. Unfortunately, this slowly began to change, and Hananya's respect for Rodney weakened. Chimpanzees can be aggressive and volatile. In the wild, if there is a fight for leadership, the end result can be fatal. The park witnessed this firsthand when Hananya challenged Rodney. Most of the group backed the younger and fitter Hananya. Although Rodney's injuries weren't life-threatening, sadly, the shock was just too much. He suffered a heart attack and died. The incident was horrific, but it's proof that the animals are living and behaving just as they would in the wild.
Hananya's got Peggy grooming him, right now on his ears and feet and so on. He's being groomed head to toe by quite a band of serious individuals. So I think what we're seeing is basically the group handing over power to Hananya.
2 years on, the group still want him as their alpha male, but he's finding it quite hard. At 14 years old, Hananya, is a young leader, and because he's grown up with the majority of the group, he finds it difficult to reprimand them. He's beginning to assert his dominance, but from time to time he still frets and doesn't behave like a leader. This is a crucial time for him. It's hoped that he'll rise to the challenge, but the park is worried he may fall apart. With his position in the balance, it's going to be a very interesting time for this group of 16. The park is also home to 11 orangutans, and there's another one on the way, as 18-year-old Roro is pregnant for the second time.
She is very, very pregnant. She is full term, and it is a matter of time. I mean, it can be today, it can be within a week. And you know, an orangutan birth in any place is a bit special. Here, I believe it's even a bit more special. Roro was smuggled from the wild, and so was the father, Tuan. So it's a very, very important part of the breeding program to save orangutans from extinction. But we've had our ups and downs, me and her, but we're really looking forward to it.
Roro's background is unfortunately typical of an animal that suffered from the illegal wildlife pet trade. She was smuggled from the wild and kept in a cage as a pet in her owner's kitchen. Later, she was confiscated by the Taiwanese authorities and given refuge at the Pingtung Rescue Center in Taiwan. 6 years ago, Roro came to Monkey World, but had to overcome some challenges of her own. She was teamed with the park's 2 existing orangutans, Amy and her young son, Gordon. Amy immediately made it clear that she was not impressed with another female on her patch. The 23-year-old isn't the friendliest of apes, and although orangutans aren't very demonstrative, Amy made her feelings clear. In the wild, orangutans are semi-solitary, and this could explain the pair's constant squabbles. Luckily, after a few weeks, a truce was finally reached. Monkey World continues to rescue orangs, and 2 have also been born at the park. One of these was Roro's first baby. To begin with, she did hold the little girl tightly, but she would not let her suckle and ended up wrapping the newborn in a blanket. For its own safety, the baby had to be taken away and hand-reared by keeper Mike.
There's a good girl.
When natural mother Xiao Kuai gave birth to a son, it was a different story. From the start, she doted on the newborn, and today, she still does. Xiao Kuai clearly has mothering instincts, but this isn't always the case. In the wild, orangutans have the longest childhood of the great apes, and youngsters will stay with their mums up until approximately 7 years old. It's during this time that the females will learn how to be mothers, but as Roro was snatched as a baby, it could be why she didn't accept her firstborn. It is now hoped that the 18-year-old has learnt enough from Xiao Kuai to care for this infant. But animal manager Jeremy isn't so sure.
The bottom line is, you're not that hopeful she's going to take care of this baby, are you?
No, I doubt she'll take... I mean, hopefully I'm wrong, but I doubt she'll take care of it. But if she doesn't, I really hope that Xiao Kuai might.
You reckon Xiao Kuai's dominant enough to take it?
I'm not sure. It depends on Roro's mood, because when Roro's in a bossy mood, I wouldn't mess with her.
Yeah.
I think it's a joint effort. If Xiao Kuai can't do it on her own, I think I might be able to influence it. Then, like I somehow or other managed to influence Xiao Kuai to feed Kai in the first place.
So you're talking about going in?
Yeah.
So you reckon if you go in and she's not showing interest, you might be able to do something?
There's a chance.
Then again, at the very least,
But
we can...
nothing to lose.
But at the very least, if that happens, we then separate her off from the baby.
Yeah, separate her off from the baby, and I'm sure then Xiao Kuai will scoop it up. I'm trying to just keep all options open, and then I'm sure she'll come up with something different. But that's what they do, isn't it?
Back in the woolly monkey house, New mum Kuna is coming round from her anaesthetic. Her baby has kept himself tightly attached in desperate need of being accepted and fed. But it looks as though Kuna is just not taking to her new arrival.
Hey, Kuna.
Things start to go from bad to worse.
Hey, get in there, get in, hey! Grab the monkey, grab the monkey.
Mum Kuna is actually trying to bite the newborn. Although this commotion sounds terrible, it's the only option for the baby's safety.
The baby safe. The baby okay, Alison?
I believe so. We've got toes, fingers. I don't see any blood. Last him. He wasn't caring for the baby, so I think it's going to be our job now.
If this vulnerable infant makes it, he will be only the second baby woolly monkey in the world to survive being hand-reared.
We're very worried about whether or not this little one's going to survive, but we're going to try looking after it in a different way to any of the others we've tried before. Not put it in an incubator, keep it tucked up to whether it's my body or somebody's body, and just do it sort of more like a woolly monkey mother would, and start out very slow and try and feed as little and as often as possible and see if that works.
Next time, the park tackles one of its biggest moves to date, shifting 4 chimps to new enclosures, which means anaesthetics for all of them.
All the apes have their own strategies of avoiding being darted. Chimps tend to move around a lot, and they look out as if to say, go on then, dart me, dart me.
And we find out if the precious woolly monkey baby survives. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, there's a challenge as 4 chimps move house on one day. And there's news of an orphan orangutan who needs a family. The park usually operates a non-breeding policy because so many rescued apes and monkeys arrive each year. But sometimes the chimp's birth control doesn't work. It's nearly dawn and a sleepy wake-up for the 2 youngest chimp members of the park, babies Rodders and Ash. They were born under very different circumstances. Rodders was a surprise arrival for Mum Jess. She'd even had a negative pregnancy test. Jess showed no interest in her baby, so for his own safety, Rodders was taken away. 6 weeks later, baby Ash, who was planned, was born to Kathy. They bonded at first, but then things started to go wrong.
This morning, when the baby was whinging or whatever, Kathy would actively covered it over in wood wool and then was like forcibly poking it, not just sort of nudging it, seeing if she could get it to be quiet.
The decision was made to hand-rear both babies together.
Good morning. Oh, babies. Good morning.
Keepers Emma and Paul were on babysitting duty last night. Even though Rodders and Ash are so young, their baby faces do look familiar.
Dinner.
There's something about Ash that reminds Paul of another baby in her family group.
There's definitely a touch of the Eddies with these lugs on each side of her head.
He's actually from the other group in the park, Hananya's group, and that's where Seamus and Pip were also born. And you can sort of see a likeness to them. And so I think he's going to be a little mini Seamus.
God forbid.
The park always prefers babies to be reared by their mothers, but the primate care staff are very experienced, so they're an ideal substitute.
Such a privilege to do it. It really is.
Yeah.
And we love it. It doesn't always feel that way at 2 o'clock in the morning. But we try our hardest for them and spend a lot of time trying to nurture them right, so that hopefully they both grow up to become well-adjusted chimps.
The Monkey World site covers 65 acres, and there are 4 chimp groups. Group dynamics are carefully managed. The largest has 21, led by alpha male Paddy, then Hananya's with 16, and the 11 bachelor boys. The nursery group is used to nurture babies and youngsters. Adult female Sally acts as a foster mum, but she and the primate care staff always know when the time comes for the kids to move on. Today, wildlife vet John Lewis is helping move 4 chimps into new groups. It's going to be the park's biggest move. It'll be a long day for Charlie, Gypsy, Seamus, and Tootie. Charlie was rescued 4 years ago from life as a Turkish TV star. Today, he's a lovable and energetic tearaway. He's improved enormously since he arrived at the park. Upsetting the balance is another tearaway, 11-year-old Gypsy.
We decided we'd move them together, and those 2 are going to have to go to the boys. It's hooligan time. They're acting like it. I think it'll suit them.
The 2 boys will be able to use up their energy with chimps their own size. Back in the nursery, Charlie's boisterous behaviour has rubbed off on 7-year-old Seamus, so he's going to move too. He'll be living with Hananya. Because it's a larger family group, it'll give Seamus the chance to improve his chimp social skills. He'll move with another chimp from the nursery, a little female who's growing up fast, 6-year-old Tootie.
So we put Seamus and Tootie together, we move them to Ananya's group. We put Charlie and Gypsy together, we move them to the boys, and maybe we can start to get things to settle.
Back with baby chimps Ash and Rodders, it's time for everyone's least favourite job of the day.
Right then, bum changing time. Ah, clean bottom.
I'm sure every parent has lots of experience in changing nappies, but with Rodders and Ash, you have to imagine that they've got a hairy bottom also. No, I know, I shouldn't be talking about it. And so when they do have a dirty nappy, it takes an awful lot of cleaning up.
Look at his belly.
I know.
You tell him. He started to talk so much more now. At the beginning, the odd sort of whimper and he'd sort of speak to you a little bit. But now you walk in the room and say hi to him and he talks to you. Don't you, baby?
Just like humans, the babies have already developed their own personalities. Ash and Rodders couldn't be more different.
If we decided not to give him breakfast this morning, he would have thought, oh well, never mind, I'll wait till lunch. We wouldn't hear a peep from him, whereas Ash would soon let us know that it was time for her breakfast. She's very much going to be in charge, in control of her own destiny and not take any nonsense from other chimps or us.
Ash and Rodders will soon move to the park's nursery, so every day they spend time in a little room next door. Here they can watch foster mum Sally and the other young chimps. Today's big chimp move will be a challenge. All 4 must be anaesthetised to move them safely. First is Charlie.
I'm just going to dart him, we're going to crate him, move him down the other end. I'll give him enough anaesthetic so he's still asleep when he gets to the other end, which gives us flexibility down there. We move him into his new place, wake him up.
Charlie knows something is about to happen and starts displaying. But John wastes no time when Charlie isn't looking. Charlie wants to destroy the dart, but it won't be long before the anaesthetic takes effect. Then it will be safe for the team to go in and move him. Monkey World is part of the Endangered Species Breeding Programme for orangutans and also the European Creche for orang babies needing a new home. This morning there's some exciting news from abroad.
We've actually just been contacted about a little female Bornean orangutan who's only a few months old and who's orphaned and is currently in Moscow Zoo. And they've asked us if their little female called Jolene could come and join our orangutan nursery, and of course the answer is absolute yes. Obviously it's something that we're very pleased with. We've got the facilities set up and we're ready to go.
Jolene will be the second baby orang to move to the park. The first was 18-month-old Aris, who came from Germany, where he was living with baby orphan gorillas. He needed to grow up with other orangs, so the park stepped in. Aris has excellent social skills and he's settled in perfectly with his new family.
Okay, yeah,
So
that's
to say
great.
that
So
they
we'll
can see
email
it?
this to them, then they
So that
apply
they've
for
got-
their export permit.
So that
We
we
get
can
that
get the
back,
full one
we
back.
get our import permit, and then...
Yeah.
Okay, that's great, yeah, so if you want to get a letter off to the curator saying...
There's a lot of
about
paperwork when moving endangered animals, but it's hoped that Jolene will be able to come to Britain soon and join the orangutan nursery. Across the park in the chimp nursery, Charlie is now asleep. It's a tense time, and the staff hope he's had enough anaesthetic to keep him under as he's taken across the park. On the lookout are Sammy and Paquito. They're keen to see who's about to join their boisterous bachelor group. Charlie has arrived in the bachelor holding bedroom. While he's still asleep, the team examine him. They can see how much he's physically improved since he arrived at the park.
John's very happy, and so am I. I mean, his weight is just spot on. His muscles are really... When the boy that we brought in could hardly walk up a pole. He couldn't do things that chimps do. And you look at him now, and he's got some real muscles on his arms. His legs are good size, and not an ounce too much. I mean, he's spot on. His weight, it's just great. So he's in terrific shape. His teeth are great. We couldn't ask more for him. We couldn't ask more of him, really.
Outside in the Monkey World bachelor enclosure, the chimps are being rowdy. But inside, Charlie is getting used to his new surroundings after his move across the park.
Okay.
He's come around from the anaesthetic really well, and just getting used to his new surroundings. And can already hear that there's chimps that make a lot more noise than Seamus, Sally or Lulu ever did. So he's a bit worried about what's going on at the other end of the building.
Moving in next door to Charlie is Gypsy. He was rescued 10 years ago from the pet trade in Israel. He arrived with 3 other boys, including his old boss, Hananya. His move today was easy. He has a very trusting relationship with the animal manager, Jeremy, and could be injected by hand.
So I can see his face. You're helping us.
Tomorrow, Charlie and Gypsy will meet for the first time. If it's successful, they can move in with the boisterous bachelors. Back in the nursery, it's Seamus's turn to move. His rocking behaviour means he's nervous, but he might also be doing it to avoid the dart.
I mean, all the apes have their own strategies of avoiding being darted, especially the ones that have been darted many times before. And chimps tend to move around a lot and foil you because they are moving. And orangutans are even better still. We've seen orangutans cut as much straw as they can, bury themselves in the straw, and all you have to aim at is a sort of a straw rick with 2 holes for the eyes, and they look out as if to say, go on then, dart me, dart me. But unfortunately, they all make a mistake. Keep still. Stalemate.
Seamus makes his mistake. He looks away, and it allows John to take his shot. The park is best known for its chimpanzees and orangutans, but there are a further 13 species living here known as lesser apes and monkeys. These are marmosets, goldie monkeys, lemurs, squirrel monkeys, woolly monkeys, capuchins, 5 species of gibbons, and stump-tailed macaques. Together with the chimpanzees and orangutans, they total a collection of over 160 primates. The smaller monkeys, such as the marmosets and the capuchins, have mostly arrived as victims of the British pet trade. Anyone with a correct license can own one of these precious primates. But people are unaware of the specialist care they need. In the wild, capuchins live in the trees of Central and South America, coming to the ground only to drink. They are the most intelligent monkey and are extremely dexterous. And when they can't open things with their hands, they will try and hammer them apart. Most importantly, they are social animals, living in groups of 10 to 30 individuals. So having them as pets can be extremely damaging. They mostly live alone, and without proper care they fall victim to many health issues. They suffer from nutritional and weight problems, and some have even had serious injuries ignored. Rehabilitation isn't always easy, but luckily for Tom, TJ, Terry and Gizmo, who reside at the park, they have a chance to live out the rest of their days as naturally as possible. Unfortunately, it's been an unnatural and tense time for one of the park's latest arrivals, a male baby woolly monkey, and it's still touch and go whether he's going to make it.
You know, it's still early days. 3 weeks isn't very long in a lifetime, but you know, we're quietly hopeful now. I think we've cracked it. He's feeding well. He's quite attentive. He's sort of starting to investigate the world, and he's starting to come out of his shell a bit. So I'm hopeful that actually he's going to make it.
Woolly monkey Kuna gave birth to her son in the middle of the night, but by next morning, he was found being held by Dad. The woolly monkeys here at the park are part of a global endangered species breeding program, so this baby's survival was critical. Despite everyone's best efforts, the baby couldn't feed from Mum, and Kuna rejected her baby.
Hey, get in there, get in, hey! Grab the monkey, grab the monkey, grab the monkey.
The only option was to hand rear the infant, but that wouldn't guarantee his survival. Only one baby woolly monkey in the world has ever survived being hand reared.
Do we have like collars and things?
Yeah.
It was Alison who took on the mighty task.
You know, we're finding out loads of things all of the time, and what I've been quite surprised with, I mean, and I suppose I shouldn't be, is the speed of his development. On day 11, he started cutting his first teeth, and, you know, I was a bit dazed and confused, what with the sleep deprivation and stuff, but I was saying to Jim, I think the teeth are coming in, and even Jim was a bit surprised, but sure enough, on day 11, the first tooth came through right in the lower and right in the front. I've also been sort of trying to talk to him in sort of woolly monkey terms, so I do a bit of snuffling with him and sort of just, which is, you know, little, and he does respond, a little hand comes up and stuff, and if I put my face down to his and snuffle in, he sort of wriggles back at me usually, so trying to make him not totally foreign to sort of woolly monkey behaviors and that kind of thing, and as soon as possible, really, as soon as I feel it's safe and so on, we'll start taking him into the woolly monkey house and doing feeds so that he gets to hear all of their calls and starts seeing them and stuff. Within the past few days, he's actually started just sort of hanging out looking around and taking in his environment. So he is starting to become more aware. I think his eyes are beginning to focus on things a bit better. And along with that goes the hands reaching out for objects in front of him.
For this little one, it's important that he takes in enough milk. He's weighed every day during this delicate early stage.
He's now putting on 5 to 10 grams a day. So we're really pleased with that, aren't we? Yes, I know. Oh, yes, you're such a good boy. I know.
Spending so much time with the baby, Alison really wanted to give him a name.
Jim was reluctant to give him a name for fear that, he either wasn't going to make it or I'd grow too attached and that kind of thing. But when he started cutting his first teeth, I thought, if you've got teeth, you got to have a name, really. So on day 11, I named him Julio. So this is little Julio.
In the wild, woolly monkeys spend most of their time high in the tree canopy. Their tails are prehensile, meaning they've adapted for seizing or grasping. They act like a fifth limb, helping them balance and secure them from falling. It frees their hands and feet for other things, like collecting food. Julio is already fast developing his.
From just a couple of days, this tail was wickedly strong. And he can support his whole body weight on it. So we do give him little exercise sessions now and again, and he seems to enjoy it. You can see right now he's sort of teething on the blanket, having a bit of fun, wriggling around, and you just sort of make him use his muscles a little bit.
Needing serious exercise when they arrived at the park were the stump-tailed macaques, affectionately known as the ugly monkeys. Before their life at the park, they lived in a British laboratory for 20 years and were used for asthma research. Unfortunately, they were kept alone in small confined cages. They were also overfed the wrong foods, had no exercise, and had become obese. Fortunately, they were retired to Monkey World. Not only were they put on strict diets, they were also grouped together and now live happily in 2 large enclosures. It took time, but in their 6 years at Monkey World, their weight and health has improved dramatically. Although some do still have big bellies, it's not because they're overweight. Just like humans who experience dramatic weight loss, the uglies have been left with loose or saggy skin. The only way to correct this would be to have surgery, and as they don't care what they look like, it's totally pointless to put them through it.
Good boy, Brian.
Through time and lots of patience, Jim, Alison and the primate care staff can nurture these animals into the magnificent primates they were always meant to be.
Seamus! Get him, Seamus!
Newly installed in Hananya's group, 7-year-old Seamus is playing. Outside, there are some surprises waiting for him.
Cherry is his biological mother in here, and sadly enough, probably she's going to be the one that's most difficult for him to get to know in here, because she's just that way. She looked after him for the first week or so, then lost interest and set him down and went off to play with the others. So I don't think that she'll have any recognition of him whatsoever, because it was over with very quickly in terms of her participation. So no, whether or not, how much they know each other from hooting and hollering back and forth from enclosure to enclosure, some of them might recognize him already, but we'll have to see.
The last to move is Seamus's nursery pal, 6-year-old Tootie. She's also brought into the bedroom holding area. Things might be relaxed now, but the boss Hananya is watching them. All 4 chimps will be left to rest. It'll be an exciting few days as the staff wait to see if they adjust to their new surroundings and playmates. Next time, Keeper Mike is on a mission to Moscow. Orangutan Jolene will soon be joining the 11 orangs at Monkey World.
It's a big scary thing for, a little baby like that to meet somebody new.
And back at the park, in Paddy's group, young female chimp Eddie finds out that life gets tougher as she gets bigger. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, baby orangutan Jolene gets the VIP treatment on her journey from Russia to Monkey World.
Fingers crossed for a safe journey and a happy landing.
And at the park, there's a toddler tantrum for Eddie and Paddy's chimp group. In the past 20 years, Monkey World has rescued and rehabilitated over 200 apes and monkeys. 11 of these are orangutans. These primates are part of an endangered species breeding program. And Monkey World is now the creche for baby orangutans needing a new home. More than 1,600 miles away in Russia, Keeper Mike has arrived in Moscow.
Thank you. I'm Mike, how are you?
He's on an assignment to collect Jolene, an 8-month-old baby orangutan who will soon join the Monkey World creche. She lives in a zoo in the heart of the capital city. Jolene was abandoned by her mum and is being hand-reared by keepers at the zoo. Orangutan babies are very delicate and need specialist care. At Monkey World, Mike played foster dad to other baby orangs. So he's the perfect choice to collect the 8-month-old, and he's very keen to meet her.
And who knows what's going to happen. She may come to me, she may be frightened, she may stay away, she may not want to come to me. It may take a couple of days before she decides she wants to come to me. She may decide she doesn't ever want to come to me. So, I don't know. It's the unknown round that door. So let's see your baby.
Go see Jolene.
Where is she? In here?
Yeah, please.
Go on, you go first. Hello.
Yeah.
Aren't you beautiful? Aren't you a big girl, too?
It'll take Jolene some time to get used to hearing Mike's voice. He's also brought along a T-shirt so she can get familiar with his smell.
You are now officially a keeper at Monkey World, okay? It's rather a nice one, and it smells of me a little bit as well. So the smell of me probably isn't quite so good.
But seeing a new face has made the youngster a bit unsure of what's going on.
If you look at her, you'll see that she's doing things, and then she sort of looks at me to see if I'm still here and paying her attention. Probably the best thing I can do now is not try to go to her, but see whether she will approach me. Hopefully in a couple of days' time, she will be coming to me and allow me to pick her up and be English mum or English dad to her. So it's good. I think she's going to be a shy girl.
Back at the park, Jolene's future home is now complete. Over the last 2 months, the team has been building a new outdoor enclosure where Jolene will live with the other 4 orangutans. Alison hopes the space will be perfect for them.
The most brilliant enclosure, I think, that we've built to date. I know it's only small, it's an orangutan nursery, but I am so pleased and impressed with how this has come together. I'm really, really happy with it, and hopefully all of the guys will be too.
To ensure that these critically endangered primates can move around their new enclosure in as natural a way as possible, much thought has been given to the height of the platforms, poles, and trees and the distances between them.
This really is meant to start feeling to them kind of like a forest that they can swing in and move around in, just like an orangutan wants to, which is to walk through the canopy.
Carrying their body upright as opposed to bent over like the chimp on all fours. You know, if you think about it, orangs sort of walk through the forest with their body held upright. It's very different than a chimp or a gorilla.
So we're hoping that these guys, you see, on the smaller scale, actually this nursery teaches us a lot. So we've got the babies, and we can see what encourages them to go up, where we should start placing climbing apparatus and things to swing on. So the nursery's, it's a big step for us because it could actually change the way we do the rest of the park.
For orangutans in the wild, It's a risky business living so high up in the tree canopy, especially for the babies. So for this enclosure, the park doesn't want to take any risks.
We've put in safety nets underneath the top of the towers.
Lee got quite keen on that. Really start looking that high and the vision of a little guy losing
taking a plunge, yeah. Wild animals take a lot of falls. Orangutans, you know, it's not that they never fall out of the trees in the forest. In fact, a lot of wild animals that field biologists look at have broken limbs, especially the gibbons. So, you know, taking a plunge isn't unheard of, just like, you know, people do. They make mistakes too, and as they're growing up and learning, it isn't unheard of to, you know, underestimate how far away your next handhold is and to take a spill.
But you've got to take risks. I mean, they've got to be taught to climb. They've got to learn how to climb. And you know, life's a risky business. So you really give them what they should have, and then we'll
take
start
every
building
precaution.
on this. And that's the best we can do.
A few last touches are put in place while the nursery orangs keep a close eye on proceedings, especially naughty 9-year-old Gordon.
There is one problem we could run into. If Gordon realizes
I predict he will too.
that this turf has just been put down, it's coming up.
You might have fun spending the whole day rolling up all of the
No point in
turf.
being heartbroken about it. If Gordon discovers the turf, we're just gonna watch him roll it up.
And we'll roll it back down at the end of the day.
We'll just have to get over it. But it could happen. We could have that little disaster. It could happen.
And while the cheeky orang contemplates whether he should destroy, over in Hananya's chimp group, the boys are always on a mission to cause havoc. Hananya's group of 18 are quite young, and some are lacking more in the brain department than others. It's home to 5 teenage boys, and although they're around the same age, they couldn't be more different. Both Tico and alpha male Hananya are quite serious and prefer to keep an eye on proceedings from afar. But 14-year-old Arthur and 13-year-old Shamak are pretty silly and love larking around. If no one's there to have fun, that's fine. They can enjoy their own company just as much. Last of the boys is Simon. He's an intelligent chimp, but he can be quite selfish. Today, though, he's looking for fun, and he's trying to persuade alpha male Hananya to join in. Although playing is a bit out of the boss's comfort zone. Hananya has never been one to let loose, and his fun is over before it begins. But Simon's in the mood for messing around, and he can always count on Shamak to join in. Shamak loves playing the clown, and while Simon is a very bright and astute male, he's still in touch with his childish side. Alpha male Hananya prefers the more refined things in life, like grooming. It's a great way to reinforce friendship. Today he's spending time with Tico. And it's hoped the sensible 13-year-old will become Hananya's right-hand man. Displays like this show it could be happening. Tico is the only other male in the group capable of leadership, and it would seal the troop if he became Hananya's second-in-command. Back with the orangutan nursery, it's time for the youngsters to check out their new home, and as predicted, it's cocky Gordon who's bravest.
Come on, Gordon!
Come on!
This is probably because for the last 7 years he's spent time in the enclosure next door with one of the other groups.
Gordon!
Come on! Oh, Gordon!
Orangutans are the slowest movers of the great apes, but Gordon's keen, so this is quite speedy for him.
So Gordon's come through so far. First prediction is right. Gordon's through bravest. Aris is following right behind. He's somewhere in the tunnel right now.
Aris arrived at the park 6 months ago. He was very confident because of his rough and tumble beginnings growing up with a group of baby gorillas. But as he surveys his new surroundings, he's not so confident.
Come on, Aris. And I expect eventually Ame, the curiosity will get the better of her and she'll come through, and then after a while Xiao Ning. But I think Xiao Ning will take quite a while because she's quite shy.
But Xiao Ning is sat in the window and her curiosity might tempt her across.
Go on, honey.
Hey, you!
It's a good boy.
Gordon is well settled into the enclosure, so he's tucking into breakfast.
Good boy.
But Aris still needs a bit of encouragement from Jim.
Such a good boy.
11-year-old Ah Mei is next to cross the walkway.
Hey, Ame. Here we go.
But 2-year-old Xiao Ning is still showing no sign of wanting to leave the playroom. It's no good. The animal manager, Jeremy, has decided he'll have to carry her across. The enclosure is a work in progress, and a few design faults are showing. More hoses need to be put in because Aris is finding it difficult to climb.
It's all part of what we were saying. This is now a fun thing for us because it's about designing, making, not for an ape, any ape. It's about designing and building for an orangutan, and they're loving it. I mean, you know,
Yeah, look at
ours
Gordon
is just
right
great.
now.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's just huge.
At Monkey World Ape Rescue Centre, in Paddy's chimp group, it's treat time, so the alpha male is exerting his dominance. On the menu are their favourites, corn and marrows. In the wild, all primates have seasonal changes in their diet, and this is replicated here at Monkey World. Corn is a particular summer favourite with the apes. In chimpanzee society, there is a strict pecking order, so alpha male Paddy and the high-ranking females get to tuck in first. For 5-year-old Eddie, the youngest member of the clan, something unusual is happening. It's something that this confident youngster has not experienced before. Since birth, Eddie has been spoilt by her mum Susie and the rest of her chimp group. She's been given everything she wants and never had to wait for food. But over the last year, she's been losing her baby status, which means having to fend for herself, something she's clearly not happy about. Even low-ranking Pepper knows you've got to work hard to land the yellow stuff and keep hold of it. Frustrated, the cheeky toddler tries to steal a handful of marrow from second-in-command Jimmy. His look says it all. Not taking any chances, ex-lab chimp Clin stays high up out of the way so she can enjoy her treat in peace. 25-year-old Kathy is the cheeky upstart's next target. Kathy is quite a high-ranking lady who doesn't tend to give her food away. It seems Eddie's luck is quickly running out. Back in Moscow Zoo, slowly but surely, Mike is making quite an impression on baby Jolene. Her shy character and Mike's unfamiliar face have been a challenging combination.
Jolie, drink of tea? You going to come over to see me? She says, maybe not.
Not sure, are you?
Oh, sorry.
It hasn't been easy, but he is beginning to gain Jolie's trust. Offering her favourite tipple helps.
You nearly touched me then, Jolie. You can hold my hand even. Oh, a nice cup of tea. Good girl, Jolie. Good girl.
And now she's starting to relax. He goes for the ultimate bribe, her favourite food.
Yes, I know what I'm doing. Jolie.
Mike hasn't wanted to unnerve Jolie, so he's been cautious about physical contact. But today, he's keen to see how she reacts to being handled by him.
Oh, yeah. I may stand up and walk.
It looks like Jolene feels brave enough to accept a new friend.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good girl. She's got plenty of her security blankets here and a cushion underneath. And if you look, she's actually holding on to me with her hand. But she's not crying. You know, she could actually be screaming her head off. But she's not. Are you? Which is done. I know it's really quite hard to understand what's happening. Should we have a look around here? This is a good dog. Or perhaps we have a little walk.
Mike's 25 years of experience hand-rearing baby primates means he knows what to do in most situations. But they can always surprise you.
You can have all sorts of... I know you have such a big mouth. And those teeth are so strong. Dear me. Dear me. What a little hooligan. What a little hooligan.
It's a big scary thing for, you know, a little baby like that to meet somebody new. And what we've just done now is we've just ended on a good note. It's better to go away and leave her wanting more of me. So she now has gone for a little lie down, and hopefully she's now thinking that, oh, that wasn't so bad.
Tomorrow, Jolene will be starting a new life nearly 1,600 miles away at Monkey World. But now, Mike and the Russian keepers must prepare for the 6-hour trip. Back at the park, in Paddy's group, it seems Eddie is not going to give up. For the last 5 years, she's been used to getting what she wants when she wants. But as she's growing up, the rule book is changing. Eddie is a stubborn young lady and is frustrated by chimp etiquette. Just like human children, temper tantrums are part of life, and poor Zoe is finding herself right in the middle of Eddie's. It's going to take some time for this youngster to get used to not having her own way. But in the meantime, she can seek comfort in a game of chase with prankster Gamba. Down at the far end of the park, it's also snack time for the stump-tailed macaques. But let's hope there are no tantrums for these affectionately nicknamed ugly monkeys. Their treat is something new, large citrus fruits called pomelos. In the wild, fruit is a particular favourite, but they also eat insects, small birds, grubs and nuts. Sam makes a beeline for the treats hanging up, while the boss, Scott, checks out the one the others haven't spotted. Stumptails are notoriously lazy, and as these pomelos are not familiar food, it doesn't take long for both boys to lose interest. High-ranking David doesn't want to be left out and has a go at the chopped-up pieces, but he's far too lazy and gives up easily. Sam is keen to get his hands on as many segments as he can, and being the most intelligent in the group, he's sure there's a way. Placing the fruit throughout the enclosure gives them all a chance to sample the pink flesh, and it means even low-ranking Paddy can have a try. Eating the segments first is a smart move by Sam. The pith of the fruit is thick, so this way it's easier to get to the tangy stuff. With the high-ranking individuals paying the pomelos little attention, the low-ranking troops decide it's their turn. Determined, Paddy scores a piece and heads off. Tim's even managed to grab a whole one. Macaques have cheek pouches that store food so they can keep on feeding and eat what's stashed later. Tim's making full use of his. As well as being mouth-watering, this fruit is a highly nutritious, low-calorie food source for the macaques, so they're a perfect treat. It's early morning at Moscow Zoo. And for baby Jolene, today she will finally join the growing population of orangutans in Monkey World. Her Russian keepers are making the journey with her to the UK, but when they leave, Mike will be the only person she knows. So over the last few days, he's been getting to know her so that the move goes smoothly. Despite the unsociable hour, she's getting a big send-off. The zoo has clearly taken extremely good care of her, but for Jolie's sake, they know the time has come for her to move and grow up with other orangutans. Before leaving for the 6-hour trip ahead, a few last-minute preparations are made to stop her feeling cold on the journey. This little one is not used to the sub-zero temperatures outdoors. In the wild, orangutans live in the tropics, and here at the zoo the temperature has been regulated to match. With everything ready, the team set off on their trip to England.
Well, it's 4:30 in the morning. We've had about 2 hours sleep. Jolie's in the front seat, so it's all systems go. We hope we've covered absolutely everything. You know, Jolie's got her flight numbers, her passport, her papers and everything. Looking forward to it immensely.
With such a precious cargo, everyone is rushed straight through the airport. Because Jolie is only 8 months old, special travel arrangements have been made for her. This is the first time an orangutan has ever been allowed in the passenger cabin, and Mike couldn't be happier.
And she's really fine. She's taking it great. So the next step is getting out at the other end. So it's pretty exciting. It's all going well. So fingers crossed for a safe journey and a happy landing. Monkey World, here we come.
Next time, Jolie settles in at Monkey World.
She's a pretty little girl.
Miss Allison's been through the wars to bring this little girl in.
But she's not the day's only orangutan arrival.
It's a girl. I'm just sat here with her. She's good, she's calm.
This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, baby orangutan Jolie arrives at the park from Moscow. And she isn't the only new arrival, as orangutan Roro gives birth.
She's good, she's calm. A little girl.
There are over 160 primates at Monkey World, including 59 chimpanzees. The dynamics of each group are very carefully managed. Sometimes the park decides to move the apes and monkeys into different groups, so their own unique needs can be met more easily. Today, in Hernanya's group, 9-year-old Cookie will be helping out 2 chimps who recently moved in. Seamus and Tutti. It was time for them to experience a larger group and to start meeting their new family one by one.
To get started today, we'll probably try and pick somebody a little smaller and a little more mellow rather than bringing Hananya straight in on them. So we're thinking Cookie because she's quite a mellow individual. So, I mean, that might be a good opportunity. She won't be high pressure. She won't be in their face. And hopefully Seamus will behave himself and Tootie will be interested in the new lady. So I have to see how it goes, but I think it's a good choice to start with.
As always, the animal manager Jeremy is on hand to keep an eye on things and to give Seamus cuddles when required. Cookie chooses to stay high up so she can see everything that's going on. But she's greedy and can't resist the treats that are on offer lower down.
Hello, sweetheart.
It's still a bit too daunting for Tootie, so she's taking refuge next door.
Where are we going? Let's go see Cookie. Let's go see Cookie. What she's got in that box. What's Cookie got in the box? Let's check Cookie out. What she got in the box? Not much.
Seamus is building his confidence and feels brave enough to join in. Cookie allows the cheeky boy to take some of her breakfast. This is a big step towards building their relationship. Tootie is still feeling nervous, but Seamus is happy and relaxed and goes off for a celebratory swing. Cookie decides that if the new girl Tootie won't come to her, she'll just have to pay her a visit.
Go get him.
And it's reassuring hugs all round.
Oh, nice one. Good girl.
This is going really well. Tootie's still reluctant to come out of the bedroom, but Cookie keeps going into the bedroom, and clearly there's no riot going on in there, so it can't be too bad. Seamus is, as you can see, playing with me more than Cookie, but nevertheless he is having periodic plays with her. So hopefully we can leave these guys together now, and then if all goes well, we'll introduce somebody else tomorrow.
When Seamus and Tootie moved from the nursery, 2 other boys moved too, Charlie and Gypsy. They were becoming too boisterous, so they were moved to join the boys in the bachelor pad. This morning, Charlie and Gypsy are still getting to know each other in the bachelor group bedroom. Gypsy is finding it quite hard to settle, but Charlie just takes it all in his stride. His calm foster mum Sally in the nursery group was a good influence on him.
We found out very quickly that Charlie he just doesn't care where he goes. He's not bothered. As long as there's somewhere for him to have a little fun, he's okay. He was really very much ready to leave Sally. He's the real hooligan. He's got what it takes to be with the boys. So he was ready to leave Sally's. It was becoming very difficult there. That was a critical situation. That's a nursery. It wasn't going to work out. He had to go. He's very happy. There's another boy around for him to play with. He thinks that's terrific. Gypsy, that's another whole story. We had to take Gypsy out. He was acting like a bit of a fool, a hooligan, and it was never going to settle down. He was disruptive in the group. He had to go, so he's not so happy. It's going to take time. You know, it might be really another whole week before Gypsy chills out.
Monkey World has the honour of being the European creche for baby orangutans. And this morning, after a 6-hour journey from Russia, the park welcomes a new arrival, baby girl Jolene. Her keepers have accompanied her.
Just pop that back there. Okay,
Oh, welcome.
Hi.
Come on.
Yeah.
A few days ago, keeper Mike travelled to Moscow Zoo to get to know Jolie. She was shy at first, but eventually warmed to Mike. It was a great relief, as he would be her new carer at Monkey World.
She's a pretty little girl. Yes. She's a beautiful little girl.
Alison's been through the wars to bring this little girl in. And Alison managed Russian bureaucrats and English bureaucrats of all different types. And in fact, it wasn't until 24 hours ago that we actually got the final okay that she could get on that plane and she could arrive. So I don't know if they've been aware of it, but for us, it's been the most amazing, stressful thing that we've ever done. There's going to be a lot going on in the next few days.
3-year-old female Xiao Ning, who can be a bit selfish, isn't too keen on saying hi.
She put her hand right out to her.
But the new girl has definitely caught the eye of little boy Aris.
If you want to come in here.
Saying goodbye is always difficult. For the last 8 months, the Moscow zookeepers have hand-reared Jolie because she was rejected by her mum. Now they're leaving. Jolie is obviously cautious.
It's okay. No, you go.
But moving her to Monkey World is definitely the best option. as she'll be able to grow up with her own kind. But for now, Mike will give her the support she needs to settle into her new home.
Yeah, she's good. She's gone quiet.
No problem. She's good.
It's gone really, really well. This is the first time that she's been without her favourite keepers, so it's fantastic. And she has now decided I'm a good guy, which is absolutely fantastic. And that is just wonderful. I'm not the bad guy quite so much now. And when they do have their sort of favourite keepers and the favourite keepers go and get out of sight, then of course they want someone to hold. They're still tiny, tiny babies. And she's now decided that I'm quite a good guy.
Over the next few days, Jolie will get used to all the different sights, sounds and smells of her new surroundings. Then it will be time to meet her new housemates. But now, after a very long day, it's bedtime.
There's your favourite cushion. Okay, there you go. Good girl.
The great British summer. Rain, rain, and more rain. Hananya's group of 18 are at least trying to have some fun. The wet stuff gives them a whole new set of challenges, putting their incredible balancing skills to the test. In the wild, chimps in their native Africa often get soaked in the rainy season, but because they can problem solve, they will often use leaves as umbrellas. At the park, alpha male Hananya isn't too keen on getting wet either. And unfortunately for him, it doesn't show any signs of clearing. Most of the chimps aren't bothered by this downpour, but it seems to be having an effect on the girls. And Honey is in a bad mood. Jess has clearly done something to upset her, and although Jess may be older than Honey, upsetting her when her temper's already flared could lead to repercussions. Just like humans, chimps show emotions such as joy, sadness, fear and anger. By baring her teeth and screaming, Honey is showing she's scared and angry. Dominant female Cherry isn't interested in their petty squabble. Taking advantage of the natural water supply is much more appealing. Honey is still in a bad mood and continues to show Jess she's angry. She's developed a lot over the last year and has attitude to equal her growth spurt. Each chimp makes their own unique call, known as a panhoot. As this is just a squabble and Honey is still grumpy, no one responds. Marjolaine is being very clever. She uses some wood wool as a sponge to soak up all the moisture. And as for stroppy Honey, shutting the rain and world out is her best option for today. But she might want to keep one eye open just in case Jess comes back for round 3. Monkey World 8 Rescue Centre sent Mike on another mission while he was in Moscow collecting Jolie, the baby orangutan. The park had received several reports of primates being used in the tourist industry in Moscow, so Mike investigated and brought back footage of his findings.
I'm just frightened of that guy. Well, it's terrible. It's just like any other, whether it be a beach photographer or anybody else who sort of steals primates from the wild and uses them to work for photography. The animals suffer terribly.
I'm not surprised.
We've always known that there were primates being worked at Red Square. I have some photographs of some chimpanzees that I've seen there, 2 or 3 different individuals. You know, there was a baboon and a couple of macaques there on that day that Mike was there, plus an eagle of some kind. Now, I think it's not uncommon. The zoo, when I spoke to them about it, said that they were aware of many chimps being worked in and around Moscow, and they'd like to try and do something about it, but they don't know what to do.
It's a worldwide problem, and Monkey World got involved in the 1980s when hundreds of baby chimps were smuggled into Spain for an abusive life, posing as beach photographers' props.
For $8,000.
After tirelessly campaigning, this practice was eventually banned. In 2002, Alberto, the last beach photographer's chimp from Spain, was given sanctuary at the park. 30 chimps have been rescued from the European tourist trade, including lovable Charlie, foster mum Sally, and the impressive alpha male Paddy. Unfortunately, the exploitation of primates still continues in Moscow.
What you're looking at is pain.
Yeah,
a lot of
suffering.
pain. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering.
The other important part to understand about it is who is actually owning these chimps and working them. Are they random individuals who happen to get themselves an exotic pet and this is what they now do with it? If you start dealing with people working in an organized way, smuggling animals and then using them for photography, you're talking about dealing with an organization that might be involved then with the smuggling of the primates, and then that's a whole different kettle of fish and potentially a very dangerous one.
It's a big thing, and really the only way it's going to get resolved, if the government was interested, and Moscow Zoo really would have to take a big part of that. If they're keen for us to work with them, then we're not going to say no, and they are. So it's on the cards, I think.
In Hananya's group, Cookie has returned from meeting Seamus and Tutti, and she's getting rather a lot of attention. At 9 years old, she's just starting to enter sexual maturity, and with this comes a rise in popularity with the boys. Usually, it's just the alpha male who has mating privileges. They would normally stick close to the female, but reluctant boss Hananya doesn't seem too bothered, and the other males are blatantly showing Cookie attention. It's a sign of Hananya's constant struggle as leader. His group are showing him no respect. They're not even trying to hide their displays of affection. Cookie is a stubborn girl, but her swelling is just too much to resist, and Simon will keep pestering until he gets his own way. The 13-year-old is not the most gentle of males, and he will do whatever it takes. Much more of a gentleman is second-in-command Tico. Grooming is probably their most important social behaviour. It helps maintain or improve friendships and calms nervous or tense individuals. For Cookie, being sexually receptive means lots of extra attention, but the expression on her face suggests she is far from enjoying the experience. Cookie is not a very friendly or approachable chimp, but that doesn't seem to make her any less attractive to the boys. Now it's low-ranking male Arthur's turn. He isn't quite as mature as Tico and Hananya, and his courting skills need developing. At 14 years old, Arthur is capable of reproduction, but it will be a few more years before he becomes socially mature. Even further down the maturity ladder is the group's silliest chimp, 13-year-old Shimak. But leapfrogging is not quite what Cookie had in mind. Despite his silly behaviour, Cookie is showing willing and presenting herself to Shimak. He seems to have a mating ritual style all of his own, but it works for Cookie, so it looks like this courtship could go on for quite some time. Over in the office, Alison is on mum duty. Baby woolly monkey Julio is now 2 months old and flourishing.
Julio is very important, and we have gone to that extra length for him. I mean, we have hand-reared baby apes and other baby monkeys before, but in particular, Julio being a woolly monkey, this is perhaps more delicate, more focused, and more important to us because woolly monkeys are so rare. They rarely successfully give birth in captivity. I believe that only one or two, if that, have ever been hand-reared successfully in captivity. I only know of one. I believe Julio's the second worldwide to have ever been successfully hand-reared. I think you can see he's grown a lot. He's about almost 600 grams now, so pretty much double his birth weight. Developing his hand-eye coordination, which is getting pretty good, becoming more stable on his feet, getting around now, starting to sort of tear up my desk, and you know, he requires a lot of attention and effort now as he becomes more mobile. It's, you know, harder work, but we're really pleased for him. And, you know, touch wood, I think that unless there's any unforeseen either colds or flus or, you know, something like that, that we're sort of out of the woods. I think he's going to be okay.
Julio is developing well. The park prefers primate babies to grow up with their mothers, but because Julio's mum abandoned him and he was being held by his dad, he had to be hand-reared. In the wild, woolly monkey babies will spend the first few months on their mum's abdomens. If Julio was still with his mum, he would just be starting to leave her to explore his surroundings, just as he does in Alison's office.
As soon as he is able to feed himself, I'll give him straight back to one of the groups of woolly monkeys. And I think as soon as he gets a chance to be with the other woolly monkeys, they'll just scoop him up and love him as much as we do.
Interacting so closely with Alison is hugely important for Julio's development. And it's surprising how he can be kept occupied.
Julio's found is that Jim's hair is particularly good for grabbing hold of and snuffling and shaking hello. Yes, I know, my hair's not quite as good, but it's pretty good. But Jim's hair is better, yes. And it's quite important that he learns all of these things, because when he does go back to the woolly monkeys, that's all natural behavior that, you know, when they go up to him and snuffle hello, and Susie sort of looks at him and shakes her head and says hello, he's gonna know exactly what to do. He's gonna sort of snuffle hello and shake his head back.
This afternoon in the orangutan enclosure, there's incredible news. 18-year-old Roro has just given birth. This baby is the 4th orang born to the park's endangered species breeding program. The animal manager, Jeremy, has an exceptional relationship with the orangs. Because of this, he has been able to go in and film this fantastic moment. So far, things seem to be going well, and the newborn certainly has a healthy set of lungs.
It's a girl. She's cleaned him up and her up. Yeah, she's cleaned up. I'm just sat here with her. She's good. She's calm. She's comfortable. She wasn't calm last time. She was all bent out of shape. You know, and you know, so far she's together. No, I'm hopeful.
Roro clearly only has eyes for her daughter. Compared to her last attempt at motherhood, all the signs look positive. The little one is hungry. As well as sucking on Mum's lips, she's trying to search for the nipple. 3 years ago, Roro rejected her last baby, Xiao Ning. Luckily, Xiao Ning was successfully hand-reared by Keeper Mike and now lives full-time in the nursery. The next 24 hours will be crucial for Roro and her new infant. They'll be closely monitored to make sure the newborn feeds and is well cared for by Mum. Next time, the park's most lovable character, Charlie, undergoes emergency dental surgery. And will it continue to be happy families for Roro and her new baby daughter?
You're talking about going in.
Yeah,
so you reckon if you go in and she's not showing interest, you might be able to do something?
There's a chance.
This is Monkey World. the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, one of the park's most lovable characters, Chimpanzee Charlie, undergoes emergency dental surgery.
If we do nothing, then Charlie could become seriously ill.
And will orangutan Roro reject her second baby? Monkey World cares for over 160 primates. With this many apes and monkeys, the 24-strong team of care staff have to deal with a variety of medical situations, from treating common colds and giving eye drops to assisting operations and supporting primates through labour. Femke is the park's full-time vet, but helping her at crucial times are veterinary surgeons John Lewis, Mike Nathan, and dentist Peter Cortez. Yesterday, 18-year-old orangutan Roro gave birth to her second daughter. They bonded and everyone was positive she would care for the new arrival. But this morning it's not good news. The baby has had to be removed.
So what happened? What was her deal, though? 'Cause she was nicer this time, wasn't she? She was holding the baby.
Yeah, by the time I get there, she'd cleaned the baby up, and she was just fussing over her, really, and she never fed her baby, but I did try to steer baby towards, you know, the feeding department, but it just wasn't, you know, it wasn't happening that evening.
At first, Jeremy was confident that Roro was coping.
See? She's cleaned him up, her up, and she's looking good so far. I mean, it's less than an hour old, but you're going to do this one proper, aren't you, sweetheart?
But after 24 hours, the baby still hadn't fed, so the park called wildlife vet John Lewis.
During the morning time, the baby was pretty well on the nipple, but it was minimal. There wasn't enough time or anything to actually get a feed.
And when John examined the baby,
and he realised then that it was, you know, it's baby's still strong and everything, but the baby was dehydrated, was becoming weak. So in fact, I think I am happy if it happened again. I would be happy to go with that schedule again, because it gives mum every chance. It gives mum every chance to be with baby.
But how's it been with her? How's she been doing feeding?
We've had a few ups and downs, like you do with most babies, you know, bit of wind problems, bit of burping. She's drinking well. She's going through a period where she sort of seems to overdo it, I think, and then sort of pulls back a little bit. So we've just sort of established that she's to have a certain amount at every 2-hour feed now, rather than let her do on demand.
Just like humans, primates have family resemblances, and this little girl is similar to her sister.
Looks a bit like Xiaoning as well, actually.
I was going to say, spitting image, actually, of appearance-wise.
And Roro, all of them had these sort of long sideburns here, which this one's got, and Xiaoning also had a wicked hairstyle, which on top of the head, which grew straight up like a coconut. It looks like this one may be developing in the same manner. But yeah, at the moment, all it is doing is sleeping, eating, so that's really good.
There is one orangutan who's been successfully reared by his mum. 2-year-old Kai. He's becoming an independent little orang. In Chinese, Kai means triumphant, and his name suits him. Every day, the boisterous youngster gets more confident. But he still needs to practice his moves. His mum, Xiao Kuai, stays close to him, just in case he gets into trouble. Kai has been accepted by his whole group, and he's clearly comfortable with them. In the wild, orangutans have the longest childhood of the great apes and will nurse until they're approximately 7 years old. At the park, the primates are fed regularly, so Kai never goes hungry. Xiao Kuai is still breastfeeding her son, but now, It's on her terms. Kai is growing up fast and developing a strong personality. Single-minded and determined, nothing stands in his way. Another male who's growing up fast is 10-year-old Gordon. He was the park's first orangutan baby. His mum rejected him, so he had to be hand-reared. Gordon's physical appearance has changed dramatically. Now a sub-adult, he's starting to show slight cheek flanges, develop a throat pouch, and grow a perfect pointy beard. Apparently, females find these very attractive. Gordon will reach adulthood at around 15, and although he's maturing fast, his appearance will continue to change. One day, he will look like 22-year-old Tuan. As for 2-year-old Kai, he's got it all to come. Back in the office, the team are happy that Roro's baby is healthy. They now have to decide whether the baby should go back with Mum Roro or be given to Xiao Kwai.
I'm worried that if we try Roro,
she'll just lose condition.
that we're going to have a situation where this baby starts going downhill. We then have to rescue her again and try to bring her back, and it's making me a little bit nervous. Because Roro's biggest problem is been, you know, she hasn't been a natural mom. And with Xiaoning, it was almost impossible. Picking the baby up, just put it down, swaddled it up very nicely, wrapped the baby up, put it down, and thought it was comfortable. This time was a little better, but
not enough.
She just didn't get that baby on the nipple. She was that little bit better, but not good enough. With Roro, we're gonna have to go with third time lucky, not second.
Yeah.
You know.
Meanwhile, Xiao Kwai's got enough milk to, I think, feed an army. She's just enormous. Her boobs.
Yes, I know. She's not lacking in quantity.
Orangutan moms who like babies just like having babies, and they don't really care. And so, odds are that Xiao Kwai is going to love this baby to bits.
Tomorrow, the baby's new life with foster mum Xiao Kwai begins. One of the most lovable characters at the park is 22-year-old chimpanzee Charlie. For 5 years, he was a Spanish beach photographer's prop. He was abused so badly that when he arrived at the park, he was a drug addict with cataracts, fractured feet, and a broken jaw. Charlie's been at the park for 17 years. Despite physical and mental scars, he now lives happily with the bachelor chimp group. Charlie has a healthy appetite, but eating is a challenge because abuse and neglect have left him with only 5 teeth. Like humans, an adult chimpanzee's mouth usually has up to 32 teeth. Charlie compensates by chewing with his gums. The keepers have noticed that Charlie's last remaining upper canine tooth is broken.
Put it in at the base there.
Wildlife vet John Lewis has anaesthetized him so that dentist Peter Cortez can take a closer look.
And we got to look at a couple of possibilities. One of them is that we rebuild the tooth and give him as much as possible to work with. And the other is, depending on what Peter sees, if he thinks it's not worth saving, the fact is that that's it. Charlie loses that canine as well, and that leaves him with nothing up top.
That's better.
There was no option. Had to sedate him. Have to look at the tooth. If we do nothing, then Charlie could become seriously ill, and it could become very painful. Charlie and I go back a long way, and he is a bit special, and he's really special to everybody in this park. He just simply is the kindest, most loving chimp, and he just wants to enjoy life and get on with everybody. He's a bit of an icon in this park. He represents everything that's the worst that people do to chimps and to other great apes. But what he also represents is, if you like, that kindness that he's got just in him, that he didn't turn mean. He could have turned awful and bitter and mean and nasty, and it's just not him.
If he grates away at it, he's going to wear it down relatively rapidly and break the rest off, and it's going to be useless within a matter of a year or so. If you put a crown on it, yes, he may split it, but on the other hand, with enough protection, he may just hold things together.
If we give him a crown, he's got a shot. He's got a shot at keeping some of that tooth for as long as possible. If we don't give him anything, then it's likely that he's going to wear that tooth down, that he's what's left of it, break it, find himself in a bit of trouble. It's difficult. So in the end, his best shot is to go for the crown. We'll go for the crown.
Peter removes some of the root filling and is cutting Charlie's gum back to avoid any future infection. But he finds something more serious at the root of the tooth.
He's found that
a resorption cavity.
A resorption cavity, which means he's got a hole towards the bottom of the tooth.
Resorption cavities are very serious. The body's defense mechanism eats away at the tooth. For Charlie, it was probably a result of years of physical abuse. And they may not be able to save the tooth.
I think you have to look at the animal's welfare, and if we leave it, it's going to have infection there, and you can see that there is a defect. All right, he's got a little tooth there. There's no point leaving it with that sort of defect and infection, and in case he was going to suffer, so we have to take it out.
He is in pain. He certainly wasn't showing it, but that's Charlie. And this tooth's got to go. We've got to make sure there's no infection. We have to make sure that Charlie isn't having any pain. And now this decision's changed. The tooth's got to come out.
You can see the size of the cavity now, can't you?
Wow, it's enormous.
So all we have to do now, really, if Jonathan's got him deep enough. Okay. Yeah. You see the size of that cavity? All the way down to the tip of the root, it's totally destroyed.
Although the tooth has been successfully removed, Peter finds another problem, and it's much more serious.
The bone has been destroyed between the socket and the maxillary sinus.
But things go from bad to worse. The damage was so severe that it destroyed some of Charlie's facial bone and created a hole between his sinus and mouth.
It's a little scary now. Peter now has to try to make a flap to cover this enormous hole and attach it. There's every possibility that it'll break down. There's every possibility that it just won't be able to take it. That, the tissue won't be able to take it, and it will break down. At that point, then Charlie will have a permanent defect, which will cause him a lot of discomfort. He's gonna, he could end up with a severe chronic sinusitis and inflammation all the time his whole life, which we can treat. But it's a little bit sad, because if that happens, it's another burden he's gotta live with. We got to talk about how do we feed him for a while? How do we make sure that tissue doesn't break down? So we're all going to be talking about what's right for him, how we can give him his best shot, because if we can keep that hole covered up, he'll be a happy boy, and it's not life-threatening, but if it breaks down, it's a bit of a worry. Tiny job there, Peter.
Thank you very much. We do our best.
I looked at that hole and I thought this is going to be impossible. Impossible.
We can help nature, but we can't improve on nature. All we can do now is hope and wish him the best of luck in recovery.
While Charlie comes round from the anaesthetic, Jeremy will sit with him to make sure he doesn't play with his stitches.
Come on.
And for the next few days, it'll be porridge on the menu. One of Charlie's favourites. In the largest chimp group, alpha male Paddy has successfully reigned over his troop for more than 15 years. It means they're happy and relaxed. Having a good leader is vital. It's their job to make sure there is peace and harmony, and if it's lost, they must restore it by asserting their dominance. In the wild, male chimps do this with spectacular charging displays. They make themselves look as big and threatening as possible. At the park, the alpha males behave in exactly the same way. While Paddy is perfect in his role, reluctant leader Hananya isn't. He's been in charge of his group for 2 years and is still struggling to control them. Dominant female Cherry is picking on 9-year-old Cookie. And although Hananya is right next to Cookie, he doesn't get involved. Later, Simon joins in, and it turns into a full-blown squabble. But there is still no dominance displayed from Hananya. Being an alpha male is not easy, but to succeed, Hananya must be able to assert his authority. When Cherry and Simon have another squabble, Hananya is still reluctant to get involved. It could be that he's not brave enough to challenge a dominant female. He's also grown up with Simon, so finds it difficult to reprimand him. But to be in charge, he must overcome this reluctance. Eventually, Hananya does tell Simon off. It may be brief, but it's a massive step forward. And Simon definitely needs the discipline. He's a bit of a bully. Ever since Hananya's been in control, Simon has taken advantage of his weak leadership. But with this show of dominance, hopefully Hananya will become a more successful alpha male. Unfortunately, Hananya's weak leadership skills have had an effect on the newest member of the group. Boisterous Seamus moved in several weeks ago. At 7, he'd outgrown the chimp nursery, and the team thought he'd fit in better with Hananya's group. He was joined by his nursery pal, Tootie. She's settling in perfectly thanks to everything she learned about chimp behaviour from her foster mum, Sally. Seamus has found it hard. As a male outsider, he's struggled to make friends.
Yeah, Seamus is in this small bedroom in the back of Hananya's house, and we're just marrying the box up to the sliding door.
The park has decided that today, Seamus will move back to the nursery group.
Ideally, he'll just go in.
He needs to go home to his mom. You know, Alice and I and Jeremy all talked about it, and he's not the brightest thing on the planet. In the world of chimps, he's down there pretty low. But he's a sweetheart, and our problem is that he just hasn't made any friends, has he?
Not a single friend yet, really. We're really worried that, like, he's already not made an enemy, but isn't friends with Peggy, isn't friends with Hananya, isn't friends with Shamak particularly, and the list keeps going on and on. So they're sort of allowing him to be in the house, but nobody's really taken up his cause, and without any allies, he's out there on his own, and if it kicks off, he'll be the target.
Usually when primates are moved between enclosures, they're given anaesthetic, but not today. Seamus is so willing to leave, he steps straight into the box.
Oh, you're ready. He's ready to go home. Yes. That was spectacular. He just walked. He's not even bothered. He wants to go home. I'm sure of it. He's ready to go.
We just want to much better up on the tail.
All right. Yeah.
You ready?
And in the nursery, Sally's noticed the crate and is excited by the activity.
He's still ready to go home. I can't believe it. What do you want to do?
Just a bit further down, and then we can...
Right.
And then...
The rest of the nursery group have been kept inside. This gives Seamus some time to familiarise himself with his old surroundings.
Bring your blanket.
Good boy, come on then. Seamus, come on then.
But Seamus is nervous.
Come on then. You're back. You're back.
He keeps his eyes firmly fixed on the door. But as soon as he sees Sally, it's as if they've never been apart.
I mean, him and Sal just went together like limpets, both with, you know, the big face and all of that. And what's also really nice is that after he first said to hello to Sally, he ran back into Ben and Pip, and at first you think, oh gosh, are we just gonna start straight away with the thugging again? Big, huge hug for both Ben and Pip, so I think he's really happy to be back.
Sally and Seamus share a special bond, and it looks like she's not going to let him go again.
He's got some stories to tell, Sal. They got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I know.
I think he'll be a very good boy for at least a day or two. And then as soon as he's comfortable, he'll be back to his old self. He plays too rough and he was getting too tough with everybody. But he's so nice, he's so sweet, he's so well-meaning, you know, and he's so not very bright. But, you know, he loves to be back, and I think he'll be wonderful for a day or two, but then he is what he is. And he's going back to it.
Next time, Jim checks in with Charlie for some post-op TLC.
The worst that could happen is that he decides to go off on one and he wants to display, so I could get knocked around a bit.
And the team heads off to Eastern Europe on a monkey rescue mission for a stump-tailed macaque. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, we catch up with the two newest chimp hooligans in the boisterous bachelor group. And Jim and Alison are on a rescue mission to Hungary, where they get a feisty greeting.
Well, she's got spirit.
Monkey World has been on more than 70 primate rescue missions. Today they have another. They'll soon be heading to Budapest for a stump-tailed macaque called Coco. Before they leave, there are a couple of missions closer to home. For Jim, it's checking in with one of the park's most lovable characters, Chimpanzee Charlie. It's a week since he had major dental surgery. Since his operation, Charlie has needed lots of attention. And today, Jim has got something very special in mind.
Jeremy and I talked about it, and we thought, let's go in together, and let's see if we can make his day. The worst that can happen is that I think we're okay because he's just holding his foot out to me. But the worst that could happen is that he decides to go off on one and he wants to display, he starts acting like a chimp, which is good. And I'm in the way of all that. So I could get knocked around a bit. He doesn't have many teeth to bite me with. I got a feeling he's going to give me a big hello after not seeing him inside for all these years. I got a strong feeling it's going to be all kind of hugs and stuff. I think it's going to be good.
22-year-old Charlie has always had tooth problems, caused by the neglect and abuse he suffered before he was rescued. Charlie loves his food. He eats using his gums because he only has a few teeth. But recently, something was spoiling his appetite. His last remaining upper canine tooth was rotten and had to be removed. The dentist then discovered a huge hole leading up to his sinuses. This had to be carefully stitched over to prevent infection.
Hey.
It's over 10 years since Jim has been in with Charlie,
Hey.
so he needs to be cautious.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I made a mess of it? Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy. When I first came in, his hello was to mouth my hand, which is very natural. But even without much teeth, it kind of squeezes a bit, and you start thinking, hey, now let's take it easy. He's just happy and as pleased as punch. You want some porridge? Come here. Come and see some porridge. Okay, all right, let's go. We've got a little bit of medicine in this porridge, so it sort of make them feel good and taste good too, kind of thing. Oh, that's a good thing. When this operation first happened, we both looked at his mouth, and we thought, God, we're in for a lot of trouble here. We really are in trouble. That hole that went up his face was this big.
Fortunately, the hole was sewn up successfully, and Charlie's stitches have stayed in place. So what better way to make a full recovery than some playtime with an old friend?
Ah, good boy. Give me that. Oh, you like that? Huh? Aren't you the best, huh? You the best?
Good boy.
Before Alison leaves for Budapest, she needs to make arrangements for baby woolly monkey Julio. For the past 3 months, she has hand-reared him. He's still too young to be introduced to his woolly monkey family. So while Alison's away, he's going to be looked after by keeper Mike.
Hi.
Hi, Alison. Hi, Julio.
Mike's hand-reared several of the park's newborns, so is also used to the sleepless nights.
You know, his horse and everything that he's actually...
But each primate species is different to handle.
I've always done gorillas, chimps and orangutans, and he is just so incredible. A sort of 3-month-old baby great ape is still very much a baby, whereas this little guy at 3 months old is sort of like getting on to sort of young teenager, so he's obviously very much more advanced. And he's just, he just, I don't know, it's just difficult to explain. He is just so different.
With Alison leaving the country, Julio is going home with Mike.
Tonight, when I left Jim and Alison and we were walking through the park to get my car, one of the woolly monkeys called. I don't think they saw him. It was just purely by chance. And he immediately reacted and called back to them, which is fantastic because, you know, he has to think he's woolly monkey and he has to learn all the woolly monkey languages, you know, which is why we do all this sort of snuffling and greetings, because he has to learn all that. And although I can't do the yo noise, which is he's doing now, I just can't get the pitch in my voice. They sort of accept the fact that I'm trying to do their language, but I do it in my own sort of accent, as it were. That's a good boy. You feel happier now, do you? Oh, I can hear you stuffing it. Yeah. You feel happy now? He's a good boy.
There are 11 stump-tailed macaques living at the park. Known as the ugly monkeys, they are soon to have another housemate. Jim and Alison have travelled to Budapest in Hungary for a female called Coco.
I've had some emails about a stump-tail macaque that lives in a pet shop here, and we're hoping that we're going to actually be able to go and pick up Coco and bring her back to Monkey World to join our ugly monkeys.
The Hungarian authorities visited the pet shop, and Coco's owner agreed that her living conditions were wrong. They did not think she could be rehomed, but once Jim and Alison heard Coco's story, it was a very easy decision.
I think what matters here is that you don't have to be zoologically special. You don't have to be endangered. That's not the way we view it. If you're a primate, if you're in trouble, you are special. And that's what we're here to do, to help you out.
Stumptail, orangutan, chimpanzee, it doesn't matter. The fact is that if we have the species at the park and if we can help, we'll come and get them, and that's the case with Coco. So I think people might think we're a bit crazy coming all this way to pick up a stump-tail macaque, but it's Coco and it's her life, and we can give it back to her, we hope.
Jim and Alison have only seen photographs of Coco. They can see that she is severely overweight and needs a lot of rehabilitation. This isn't the first time they have rescued stump-tails in trouble. The park once rescued a group of 19. It was one of their most ambitious projects. For 20 years, they lived in solitary confinement in an asthma research lab and were being retired. Taking on so many primates at once was a huge challenge. When they arrived at the park, they were severely overweight and mentally scarred. But rehabilitation has led to a dramatic improvement in macaques' physical and mental welfare. In Budapest, Jim and Alison are helped by one of Monkey World's primate care staff, Rita. She's Hungarian and translator for the team.
Hey, hey, Coco. Have you eaten enough?
Coco has been kept in this cage for 20 years. When macaques are kept in solitary confinement, they develop psychological problems. They may even self-mutilate. To put Coco at ease, Jim tries some macaque lip smacking.
Not too much. Too much.
Yeah, too excited.
Got her too excited. Well, she's got spirit.
What we were considering is how much extra ramps.
Alison is keen to check Coco's agility, so her owner brings in a platform to encourage her to climb.
All right, here we go.
Oh, and there she goes. Oh, she is quite mobile.
All the attention excites Coco. Unlike chimps, macaques do not like direct eye contact.
Yeah, that's too much. Tell you off now, I know.
But this is a good sign. Despite all the years in her cage, she still has some innate macaque behavior. The team is happy that the pet shop will have Coco ready to leave tomorrow, so it gives them a chance to consider her future care.
She's fed 4 or 5 times a day.
It shows.
I can't be angry about the lady, you know, the people who looked after her. But we've seen it before. When we first got the ugly monkeys from the laboratory.
Yep.
I mean, Fred was enormous. He was really big, and I thought Coco couldn't even walk, but she can.
She climbs. And she's got attitude. She nearly gave you a slap.
We hit it off so well in the beginning, and then it kind of fell apart. One of my biggest problems is going to be, how tough do I make her diet? I reckon it could take, 4 or 5 months to really see a difference in her, but it's worth it. We'll have a crack at it. It's worth a shot.
At Monkey World, in the Nursery chimp group, Seamus has settled right back in. He recently moved next door to Hanania's larger group, but didn't make friends. He's been welcomed back by foster mum Sally, and once again he's enjoying being spoiled by the dominant female. In Sally's eyes, the 7-year-old's perfect, but in reality, Seamus is a little hooligan. If there's trouble, it's usually his fault. There are now 8 chimps in the nursery group, and dynamics have changed. Boisterous Charlie has moved to the bachelor chimp group, and Tootie has a new life next door in Hanania's group. With these two moving out, it's made Sally a much more relaxed foster mum. And it means Seamus can bond with Tootie's female friend, Johnny. And to everyone's surprise, Seamus can play nicely. At 7 years old, these two are still in their childhood, and their behaviour reflects this. In the wild, young chimps crave company and will play together for hours. Like humans, they experience a long childhood and aren't considered adults until they're at least 13. Back at the park, it's no different, and Seamus and Johnny love to mess about. Five-year-olds Ben and Pip are more cautious. They enjoy watching what the others are doing, but they prefer not to get involved themselves. If it all gets too much, they make a beeline for the bedroom. 15-year-old Lulu has recently matured into a much more confident chimp. She's always been pestered by both Seamus and Johnny, but now she's much more in control. It's great to see Lulu giving as good as she gets, but her newfound confidence will not completely stop these two from teasing her. Back in Hungary, the Monkey World team are ready to collect 20-year-old stump-tailed macaque Coco. But there's a problem.
Hopefully everything will clear up.
Following a major security operation overnight, airports this morning are in chaos. 25 people are in custody. The police have stressed it's an ongoing operation.
There's been a major terrorist threat back at Heathrow, and there's chaos at the airport. Flights have been canceled from Brussels going into Britain.
Enough everything to America and back.
Major security restrictions going on. It's just complete chaos there. So, we're sitting here wondering, so are we going to actually be able to take Coco back? I mean, what's going on here?
While the team waits to see if their plans need to change, they meet officials and press at Budapest Zoo who've been very supportive of Coco's rescue.
Thank Budapest Zoo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you. We try to make their lives happy.
Hungary has been a part of the European Union since 2004. This means the country has more open borders, so it's easier to traffic primates illegally. Jim and Alison are keen to find out how the government plans to stop it.
We have film footage which shows that the world's wildlife is moving without any problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
And it's coming this way.
Into people's homes.
Into people's homes.
And die.
Yes,
and die there in a year. Finally, we involved it that in Hungary, it is not allowed to keep primates as pet. In the future, all.
Well done.
After the meeting, the team discovers the terrorist alert is still in place, so they are forced to change their travel plans. Jim and Alison are leaving ahead to ensure officials at Heathrow are happy with Coco's arrival.
No, but going back.
It's definitely going. It's definitely going back.
And her transfer is placed in their colleagues' hands.
No worries whatsoever leaving Rita to oversee Coco's transit. I mean, she's been involved from the very beginning. From the time I got the reports, Rita was actually due to come home and see her family, so I asked her to go check up on Coco. So, she actually got the ball rolling for us, and it's fine that she's going to sort of wrap it up in the end. I'll leave her with all of the paperwork and show her what needs to be done at the airport to make it necessary, and then she just needs to be as pushy as possible to make sure that Coco inside of her box is expeditiously, taken through the airport and not left hanging about somewhere with all of the confusion that's going on.
She's a capable girl. I think we're leaving Coco in good hands.
Rita is joined by the vet from Budapest Zoo, who'll do a final health check on Coco before moving her.
We're just heading to the pet shop to pick up Coco. Hopefully she's still relaxed and everything will be all right when we load her into the box, and it's fine after we will go straight to the airport.
As Coco is relatively tame, she will not need a full anesthetic. She'll only need a sedative to keep her calm, so she can be put safely into her travelling box. Coco will have a 2.5-hour flight back to the UK. She's now sedated and leaves her cage for the first time in 20 years.
It all seemed to be okay. She was really relaxed, just a little bit squeaking. And as far as I can see, she just sits relaxed in the box, and we're really happy it went easy.
Now settled, Coco's ready for the 1,000-mile journey ahead to Monkey World. Back at the park in the bachelor chimp enclosure, instead of the usual rowdy behaviour, there's a sense of calm. There are now 13 boys living happily together in the group. This is quite unusual. In the wild, these highly sociable primates live in large, mixed-sexed communities. There are often more females than males. In captivity, it's extremely difficult to have an all-male group. But these chimps are too boisterous to live in mixed groups. Creating a bachelor pad was the only option. And it seems to be working. The newest boys to join are 14-year-old Charlie and 13-year-old Gypsy. Gypsy took a while to settle, but Charlie fitted in better than anyone could have expected, and they both made friends in high places. Alpha male Butch has taken a real shine to both the newcomers, and Gypsy's happy to return the attention. But playing with the boss is a bit scary. Luckily for Gypsy, bonding with the top chimp means his future with the bachelors is safe. But boys being boys, it's not long before Butch sinks his teeth in a bit too hard. Even if Gypsy is the new boy, it doesn't stop him from trying to defend himself. Butch tries again, but this time high-ranking male Jester comes to Gypsy's rescue. The others stay out of the firing line, but Gypsy's still in demand and is now playing with 24-year-old Buxom. It seems Gypsy's childish side has rubbed off on the whole group. Alpha male Butch is still in the mood for some fun, and now it's Charlie's turn. Butch wants Charlie all to himself. But 25-year-old Sammy wants to play too. Butch wants to get rid of Sammy and forces Charlie forward to do his dirty work. And when the boss tells you to do something, you do it. But Sammy isn't going to give up that easily, and this time he gets told off by the boss and his sidekick. Now Sammy's out of the way, Butch uses his own unique way to try and encourage Charlie to have some fun. When chimps play, it can look a bit rough, but they're 6 times stronger than the average human male, so their tough skin can handle it. Butch isn't going to give up, but Charlie just isn't in the mood. Butch is obviously fond of the new boy and is unusually patient with him. And if Sammy thinks he can sneak back, he's in for a shock. Butch's high-ranking bouncers are on guard. It's been a long day for 20-year-old stump-tailed macaque Coco.
Show me gone.
She's finally arrived at Monkey World, 1,000 miles away from her former pet shop home in Budapest.
Like, this is probably the most interesting thing that's happened to her, you know, in the 20 years that she was in a pet shop. You know, a little traveling around, something new happening. Okay.
It's midnight, but all the primate care staff have come to welcome her.
And then she'll nip out right about here. And she comes.
It takes a few moments, but eventually, Coco takes her first steps into her new bedroom.
Have you thought about what you're going to do about that?
It's only now that the park staff can appreciate her actual size and how much work they will need to do to rehabilitate her.
Everything that she wants to do, she's going to have to, every time she wants to eat, she's going to have to look for the food, she's going to have to forage, she's got to have to hunt. But, you know, it's the beginning of a long journey. It's the beginning of a real long journey for her. Give her about 6 months, and she might start looking like a real macaque.
Next time, nerves run high as the team waits to see if another female orangutan will accept Roro's baby daughter.
Because I'll be in and sort her out, right?
You look after her.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And in Hernanya's group, Patricia is finding it difficult to relax when she's in the company of the alpha male.
Since Monkey World began, Jim and Alison Cronin have been on air
This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, nerves run high as the team attempts a surrogate mum for a newborn baby orangutan.
It's close to being perfect. It's also close to going badly wrong.
And in Hernanya's group, Patricia is being pursued by the alpha male. Since Monkey World started, 43 babies have been born to 10 different primate species. As most of the primate mums were snatched away from their own mothers in the wild, there's a big chance they won't have developed any maternal instincts. Orangutan Roro didn't look after her first baby 4 years ago, and they had to be separated. 6 days ago, she gave birth to another daughter. After initially caring for her little girl, they had to be separated as the baby wasn't feeding. Dad duties fell with keeper Mike, but now, after almost a week together, she's ready to move on. This morning, it's hoped the baby will start a new life with the other orangs. The team hope that the female orang Xiao Kuai will care for her. The 12-year-old has been the perfect mum to her own baby Kai, and she still has plenty of milk. For 6 days, the baby has been nameless, but today the team have decided to call her Dinda, which means darling in Indonesian.
Watch your back, please. We're coming through. Thank you.
Orangutans come from Borneo, so an Indonesian name seemed fitting. Woolly monkey Julio, who Alison's been hand-rearing, is coming along for the ride. Xiao Kuai and Kai have been separated off from the rest of the group, so they're aware that something's about to happen. The 12-year-old is very maternal, but that doesn't mean she'll automatically accept this baby.
Orangutans are just like human beings. They're unique personalities. Maybe she'll look at somebody else's baby and say, no way. I don't think that'll be the case. Second of all, will Kai be accepting of having a new little sister who he sort of has to share a mum with? So there are all kinds of possibilities of risk and so on, but Kai's very independent and he's always off on his own, and we can actually supplement his feed already. So it's definitely worth the risk in order to have the baby growing up with other orangutans. And then, of course, Kai would have a little sister to play with. So we're hopeful. Xiao Kuai, you got to do the business today.
This is the very first time Monkey World has tried to get an adult female to act as a surrogate to a newborn baby. And as the final preparations are made, nerves begin to show.
You got that? I'll detach you. You ready? You're going to look after me in there. Good.
You let me know if she's horrible to you, won't you? Because I'll be in there to sort her out, all right?
You look after her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Actually, if I just close this door now, and then you can use that as
Do you want to see
Just
what
talk.
you think through the mesh, first of all?
It's a new toy for you, Kai. New toy.
Look at Kai as well.
Mm. You're a good lad, you are, aren't you? You're a very sociable chap.
Okay.
Let's go in.
You happy
on the
with
day.
that?
Yeah.
Doesn't look untowardly.
No. She'll be okay.
She's ready.
I can deal with her. You want to go this door?
An adult orangutan is 7 times stronger than the average human male.
She's very agitated.
Yeah.
There you go.
There is a risk that Xiao Kuai could hurt Jeremy or the baby, but Jeremy has a unique relationship with her, and the team are relying on it.
Hello, darlings. What we got? Who's this? Hello, who's that? Is that good? You come see him. I'm not going to give it to you just yet. It's different to that one. That's a little girl, you see. See?
You happy that she's not going to be aggro?
Can't see why she would be. Come on, here you go.
Okay. Hand her the baby when she comes over.
Yeah, in your own time.
Yep.
Take your time.
When you're ready.
Yeah.
If this plan succeeds, it will be an amazing beginning to Dinda's life.
Here you go.
Do you have a bottle up here?
There you go. What's about that? Who's that? That's for you.
There you go. Belly button, yeah. That looks okay to me. You check it.
Good girl.
Well done. Good girl. Good girl.
Well done. Good girl. You're a special girl, aren't you? Who's that?
Taking the baby is a very good sign, but it's only the first step, and nerves are about to be tested further as Xiao Kuai heads up high.
Hold on tight.
But the most important test is still to come. Dinda is hungry, and Xiao Kuai must let her feed. As Dinda's future life hangs in the balance, in the new outside enclosure in the nursery, orangs Ame, Jolene, Xiaoning, and Aris have settled into their outdoor life brilliantly. It's only been a few weeks since they first moved into the outside space. The idea behind the enclosure is to allow them to move around as they would in the wild. In their natural environment, orangutans are highly skilled at swinging through the treetops. They are the largest tree-living animal in the world. At the park, a combination of high poles, platforms and hoses creates the perfect space for them. Aris has always had a zest for life. He spent his first year enjoying rough and tumble with baby gorillas in Germany. Today, he still enjoys an active playtime. And if there's fun to be had, it's usually Aris who's right in the middle of it. Three-year-old female Xiaoning can be stubborn and spoiled, and life is on her terms. But even she can't resist the lure of this exciting new playground. New girl Jolene was rejected by her own mum in Moscow Zoo. She recently arrived at Monkey World and has bonded with the adult female Ame, who in return provides her with the motherly love she needs. Jolene is never far away from her adoptive mum, and no matter what she does, she always keeps a tight hold on her. In the wild, orangs learn everything from their mothers, so Jolie's lucky that Ame is such a fantastic substitute. Back inside the orangutan house, Dinda is finding it difficult to latch onto Xiao Kuai's nipple. Up until now, she's been bottle fed and seems confused by this new food source.
It's getting close. The baby's rooting around and Xiao Kuai's actually watching to see if the baby's gonna find the nipple. It hasn't yet. She hasn't quite together enough to push the baby to, but we're in the best position right this very second that we've been so far. And the baby's rooting around. So it's just a case of the baby getting onto the nipple now. Xiao Kuai's taken the baby. She's happy with the baby. That's it, no problem. But now we need to get food in. Full mouth right around her whole breast, but
She's so close, Jeremy.
we got it. We're on. No more sucking.
It's a fantastic moment for everyone.
I don't think we could have wished for better.
I mean, it's funny, the baby took about, Alison saw it, the baby took about 6 big sips, and then realized it tasted different and then stopped. So, but she's gone kind of quiet now, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. What about you?
Yeah, if we would just wait and let it settle down, and then we can let it settle down to some sort of normal routine, and then we know where we are.
You're going to jump in at any point to try to help the baby suckle if you see it struggling, or are you pretty happy?
I'd rather leave it and, you know, only really as a last resort. I don't think we're anywhere near that stage. You know, while she's like this, baby finding where everything is for herself.
Well, it don't help. We wish you'd eat.
Under Jeremy's watchful eye, the new family will be left to settle down. Dinda will need to keep feeding so she can get used to the nipple, but all the signs are positive.
Too far away.
Looks like Mike's dad duties are over.
Oh, I shall miss her terribly. I'll miss all those late nights and those 2-hourly feeds through the day and the night, the dirty nappies, the bottles, the sterilising, the cleanliness. Oh, I'll just miss it terribly. It means I'll be able to go home and perhaps go to the pub and maybe go to the beach. But, you know, hey, what's better? Having an orangutan to look after? No, I mean, seriously, this is just fantastic. It'll be so much better for the little baby.
But just as everyone is starting to relax, there's a serious problem, and the team must make a difficult decision. Although Dinda initially fed from the 12-year-old, she's now finding it difficult to latch onto Xiao Kuai's nipple. She's distressed and hungry. Babies this young need to feed frequently. Jeremy does his best to ease the situation, but Xiao Kuai is getting frustrated.
Xiao Kuai's getting a little bit upset because the baby keeps crying. And we got a little nervous because at one point Xiao Kuai, trying to make her be quiet, squeezed her tight and gave her a little thump, really, just trying to make her be quiet. It's so close to the nipple, it's driving me crazy. It's so close to drinking, and if it just would, this thing would be fine. If Xiao Kuai continues to get really nervous, a couple of things we're going to try. Alison's come up with an idea. One, that Jeremy tries to bottle feed the baby, see if Xiao Kuai will let Jeremy bottle feed the baby in there. That buys us time. The other is if she continues to be upset with the baby or starts getting rough, then we're going to probably have to sedate her and get the baby out, which is what we don't want to do. This is so close. This is so close to going very, very well. And it's, you know, we're trying to hold our nerve, trying to keep right with her. It's close to being perfect. It's also close to going badly wrong.
As more time passes, the team decide that Jeremy must feed Dinda, and they hope Xiao Kuai will let him.
If we can get a bottle down the baby's neck, we got 2 more hours. Then we can go for this, and she'll be fine. Mike?
Xiao Kuai will need to be distracted with treats before Dinda can have her bottle. It's been emotional for everyone, and this plan has to work. It's the last chance they've got. Each time the park rescues a primate, the team carefully considers which group they should join. Seven-year-old Patricia became a member of Hananya's group just over a year ago. Forming alliances is vital for all chimps, and friends spend the majority of their time together. Patricia is close to 10-year-old Valerie. The park's happy about the friendship because Valerie is developing into a very confident female. Hopefully she'll keep an eye on Patricia. Patricia needs support because she's having problems with alpha male Hananya. He finds Patricia very attractive and likes to follow her around, but she's too scared to let him get close. Her body language of slow, careful, quiet movements suggests she's trying not to draw attention to herself. Avoiding him is probably not the most sensible thing to do. Hananya could hurt her if he wanted to. Hananya is persistent. He's determined to get close to Patricia. And the more she backs away, the more he follows. If she were to let him come over and greet her, Hananya may stop pursuing her. His plans to win over Patricia are ruined by 13-year-old Chimp. Although he is subordinate to Hananya, when Chimp decides to pester Patricia, Hananya does nothing. The 14-year-old has struggled for dominance ever since he became alpha male. Chimp is just a year younger than Hananya, but he's not nearly as well developed mentally. The pair arrived at the park together from Israel 10 years ago, so they're good pals. Hananya's lack of discipline towards Chimp suggests he still has a problem telling his friends off. Hananya might have allowed Chimp to pester Patricia, but he's still desperate to get close to her himself. His frustration is growing and he's started to really harass Patricia. It's a difficult situation, and Patricia's running out of hiding places. She stays at the highest possible point. It may seem Hananya is picking on her, but it's only because he wants to get close. This is the perfect time for Patricia to show Hananya respect by offering her hand. But instead, she turns her head and won't look at him. Patricia just doesn't seem to know what to do to appease Hananya, but it's not surprising. She spent the first 6 years of her life alone in a small cage on her owner's patio in Fuerteventura. Adapting isn't easy, and she has to learn a lifetime of chimp politics in a short space of time. Hananya is also trying his best to fulfill the role of alpha male, and he does seem to be growing into the job, but his behaviour here suggests he still has a lot to learn. To try and ease the situation, Hananya and Patricia will be separated. Gradually they will be reintroduced, and hopefully absence will make the heart grow fonder.
You happy, boy? There you go, little boy. I see your new house now.
Baby woolly monkey Julio is nearly 4 months old. And he'll soon be ready to join his woolly monkey family and has been spending most days in his very own nursery alongside them.
A bit scary at first, is it?
It allows him to get used to their sights and sounds, and also encourages him to build his muscles so he can move around just as he would in the wild. Woolly monkeys have a prehensile tail, which acts as a fifth limb. It's adapted for seizing and grasping, and it's strong enough to hold Julio's entire weight.
He's a good boy.
His toys are loose and springy, so when he eventually moves around in the trees outside, he'll be used to the unstable movement. Today, Julio's social development is being taken to the next stage. Mike's keen for him to meet adult female Lena. Although she's not that impressed, Julio is definitely intrigued. Mike's woolly monkey impressions help to keep them both relaxed.
Oh, Lena's a good girl.
And it even encourages Lena to reach out. These interactions may be short and sweet, but it's important that they happen every day, and it will soon be time for Julio to meet his woolly monkey family face to face. Back with the orangutans, it's good news. Patience has finally prevailed.
Jeremy got a bit of a feed into her. We're going to let it all go a little bit quiet. Let Jeremy settle down, let her settle down. While the baby's quiet, Xiao Kuai is quite happy. So we've hopefully bought a little time. It's time now to let it all go very, very quiet, and let's see what Jeremy can do with her.
But the joy is short-lived. Dinda is still hungry and won't settle, and this time Xiao Kuai's patience seems to have run out. Removing the baby is the only option. In order for Jeremy to take the baby, Xiao Kuai will need to be given a relatively strong sedative. Jeremy's exceptional relationship with the 12-year-old means he can hand inject her with the prescribed dosage. Dinda will be taken straight back home with Mike, where she can have a proper feed and sleep. Xiao Kuai will need a reversal to bring her round.
We knew she was being really impatient, and she wasn't going to let Jeremy feed the baby, and then we're out of time. You know, we did a number of things, pretty much all we could do. We went in a small place where she could be comfortable, wouldn't move around up and down, and Jeremy could try to help. We tried to feed, the baby was starting to get upset. She was getting upset with the baby. It was time to call it, so we just gave her a small injection. As soon as she got sleepy, grabbed that baby and we're out of there. So, really sad. I mean, it's the highs and the lows, isn't it? You know, you're sitting there and you're thinking, yes, we really nailed this thing. You know, we just cracked it. And then it starts going on a roller coaster, and we did everything we can do. But, you know, it's not over yet. This baby is what? 5, 6 days old. I'm not saying we're not going to come back. I'm saying we're calling an end for now, and maybe we'll wait a week or two and look at it again.
It's been an emotional day for everyone, but Xiaokuai's safely come round from the sedative, and Dinda's on her way back home with Mike.
Boy, I'm pleased when that's all over. She's awake. We reversed the anesthetic. Jeremy's reversed the anesthetic. She's awake. She's going back with Kai. She's fine.
Next time, animal manager Jeremy checks on Dinda's mum, Roro. She may have developed postnatal depression since giving birth to Dinda. And baby woolly monkey Julio settles into life with his new family.
He spends his full day inside of the woolly monkey house now, which is nice. It gives me a little bit of a break, but most importantly, it means that Julio's beginning to become a woolly monkey again.
This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, the bachelor boys are up to their usual hooligan tricks. And there's concern for chimp Jolene, who's struck down with a mystery illness.
Don't know. I'm kind of puzzled by the whole thing.
Monkey World usually operates a non-breeding policy because their priority is rescued apes and monkeys. But there are some controlled breeding programs because a few of the species are endangered. One of these species is the woolly monkeys. And there's one animal in particular who's growing up fast. Julio is the second woolly monkey in the world to survive being hand-reared. It was Alison who took on this mighty task. And now he's spending less time with humans and more with his own kind.
It's just been fantastic. I mean, he's at a little more than 5 months old now. And he spends his full day inside of the woolly monkey house now, which is nice. It gives me a little bit of a break, but most importantly, it means that Julio's beginning to become a woolly monkey again. So he's been joining Susie and Lena every day. So it's first thing when I come in the morning, he goes in here, spends his whole day here, but then he still comes home with us at night.
In the wild, woolly monkey mothers have constant physical contact with their babies. Alison had to do the same. She even made woolly monkey sounds and mannerisms to prepare Julio for the moment he was ready to rejoin his family.
Yes, I know. Oh, yes, you're such a good boy. I know.
Julio had a traumatic start in life. For his own safety, he had to be taken away from his mum.
Hey! Get in there, get in, hey! Baby okay, Alison?
I believe so. We've got toes, fingers. I don't see any blood.
A few weeks ago, Alison started to introduce Julio to the other woolly monkeys at the park. First was 30-year-old Susie, the oldest woolly monkey in the world. The meeting was a great success and proof of how well Julio is developing and adapting to the world of woolly monkeys.
Seemingly, we've done a very good job. I mean, at home, I did always encourage him to sort of move around and climb on things, and exercised him very well. And I think it's showing that it worked, because he's just bombing around in here as good as any of the adults, quite frankly. I'm quite stunned at how well he's actually doing, and mentally how well he's adapted as well. You know, there's no fussing, no screaming, no crying. There is, if he can see me, which is why I'm sort of hiding behind the wall here right now. I can only get quick glimpses of him. If he sees me, he wants to come to me, but otherwise, you know, he's very relaxed. He's in with the other woolies, and he's flying around the enclosure, so all really good stuff. Soon I'll have to start donning sunglasses and a hat, I think. It's really not fair, because I've put in all of the work. I would love to see him enjoying the others and being in the house, but I can't do it, because as soon as he sees me, he yells and wants to come. He knows I'm here right now, I think, but this is an absolute joy for me. I'm really pleased. I just wish I could watch more of it.
The 160 apes and monkeys at the park eat over 60 tons of fruit and vegetables every year. And once in a while, just like humans, they enjoy something sweet. This morning, animal manager Jeremy visits a local farm to collect honey for the orangutans. When it comes to managing apes and monkeys, nothing phases Jeremy. But tiny insects are bringing out the coward in him.
Don't. You're okay. You're okay. You're right. You're a very, very brave man. I'll tell you what, are you wearing a scent or a perfume?
No.
Do you know how they make honey?
No. How do they make honey?
They get the nectar from the flowers, and they bring it back.
Yeah.
And they take it down.
Yeah.
And then regurgitate it, pass it to the next bee. The next bee takes it down, regurgitate. So it's been well digested.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why it's very, very good for people.
So it gets digested twice?
It gets hundreds of times.
All right,
hundreds of times.
The honey is an ideal food source for the primates. Not only does it taste good, but it contains natural antibiotics.
Yeah, I have to do the quality control here. It's good enough to eat, that. Yeah, I don't like sweet things normally, but...
Well, the bell heather is not so sweet.
That's amazing, because it's not like refined and all the rest sugar.
It's absolutely nice. It's wonderful stuff. Okay.
But will the orangutans enjoy the honey as much as Jeremy does?
You carry on with that, I'm all right here.
In the bachelor chimp bedroom, the boisterous lads are getting a bucket filled with water, vegetable oil, and floating treats. A tasty, moisturising concoction. 25-year-old Jester suffers from very dry skin, so the oil really helps him. At first, the boys are cautious, but it's not long before they are their usual rowdy selves. After all, they do have a tough guy image to keep up. But as always, it's just an act. They're actually petrified of the big red bucket. In the wild, it's normally the female chimps or youngsters who approach unfamiliar objects first, so the boys have a bit of an excuse for being cautious. But the truth is, these boys are actually big wimps. They are expressing their fear by screaming. But the more they scream, the more they wind themselves up, and although some are brave enough to get a bit closer, no one is willing to touch it. At last, 24-year-old Sammy braves it and finds enough courage to empty its very scary contents. Now the liquid is all over the floor, the group can at last relax. And as Sammy did the hard work, it's only fair he gets to enjoy the not-so-scary bucket, leaving Charlie to enjoy his favourite pastime, stuffing his face. High-ranking Buxom is in a playful mood and decides to chase Freddy. Freddy is not enjoying being teased, but he doesn't retaliate because Buxom is higher up the pecking order. Frustrated, he throws a bucket at another chimp, poor Paquito, who is just relaxing after gorging himself on the treats. With these volatile lads, life is never boring. In the orangutan nursery, it's time for Jeremy to see if the youngsters like the honey as much as he did. Little Jolie, the newest recruit to the group, is still a bit nervous of new things, so she hangs on tightly.
We thought this would be nice for the orange people because actually in a natural situation in the wild, orange will find colonies of bees and raid the honey, you know, in trees and all that sort of stuff. And of course the other bonus is honey is a really healthy thing to eat with all the goodies that are in it. You know, it's a sort of great healing properties, and it's just good stuff. Also, we like getting stuck up in honey as well. It's good fun.
Like the chimp nursery, there is a foster mum in this group too, 12-year-old Arme. And with maturity comes a game plan. Arme tries to take all the honey before the little ones get to it. She doesn't even swallow what she's got in her mouth before grabbing the next piece. Soon, the youngsters take an interest, but Jolie's still cautious.
What's the matter, Poppet? Just have a little bit. Come on. You've obviously been attacked by a honey monster before, haven't you?
Aris, the only boy in the group, has waited patiently, but he sees the perfect opportunity and jumps in.
Well, I know who's going to get that.
And he gets the best bit.
You scored there, young man. You can lick the bowl out. Everybody likes to lick the bowl out.
While Arme continues to get the big bits.
Look, Arme!
Xiao Ning's just got the leftovers. And she's so desperate for some more, she'll find it anywhere. Aris sees Jolie is missing out, so he gives her a big honey-laden kiss. But it seems he has an ulterior motive.
I told you she was sweet. It's not what I had in mind, though.
Just like humans, the orangs all have different tastes, and perhaps the honey is just not to Jolie's liking.
You stick more than the honey, you do, don't you? Little Klingon. He's a good girl. Go on, try some honey. You're not having any of that, are you? Just a little bit on your toe. Lick that off your toe.
But a few minutes later, when everyone's out the way, it seems that she can't resist the sweet stuff either. In Monkey World's orangutan enclosure,
Roro!
Animal manager Jeremy checks up on new mum Roro, and she seems in need of some attention.
Hello, darling. Come up here. It's a good girl. What you got there? What are you eating? What you got there? Oh, that's off the browse, isn't it? That's sloes. You could make gin out of that, but it's okay. What, you were going to swap me those for a grape? I don't think that's a very good deal, actually.
It's been almost 2 weeks since Roro gave birth to her second daughter, Dinda. Just like humans, orangutans can experience postnatal depression. When her first baby was born, Roro suffered very badly. Jeremy did all he could to cheer her up, but she wasn't interested.
Hello. What we got? Hey, you want some brekkie? It's not your fault, is it?
This time, Roro seemed better.
With this baby, she got over it very quickly. There seemed to be a lot less hormonal worries going on in this particular instance. She was holding baby nicely, and she was caring for baby. And I think she was a lot more together with this baby in her head mentally than whatever she was with Xiaoning. But on the other hand, we're still ending up hand-rearing it.
It's a relief that Roro isn't suffering from postnatal depression, but she still seems to have very few mothering skills. She's now been unable to care for 2 babies. Could her former life as a pet have had an effect?
I think with all these animals, the starting point is the fact that they have no experience and they've had a very traumatic early life, which puts them in the situation that they're in now. And then everything else will either help that or hinder it.
Just like humans, all primates have different body shapes and faces. Individual chimps can even have distinctive hairstyles. Grooming is a popular activity in chimp society, and some over-grooming in Hananya's group has led to 1 or 2 interesting looks. Often, the lower-ranking members want to be accepted by the rest of the group, so they offer themselves to be groomed by everyone. But for one of the well-established females, 10-year-old Jolene, this isn't in her nature. So the increasing baldness and swelling on her head has become a worry for the primate care staff. Much to her displeasure, she's been separated off from the rest of the group, so Jim can come and check on her.
Come here, relax, good girl. No, come on. Yeah. Don't know. I'm kind of puzzled by the whole thing. We tried some sort of anti-allergy drugs to see if that was it, because particularly in the summer, you know, a chimp can get an allergy, and you do get, you know, a runny eyes and nose, and sometimes they get itchy skin, and they'll start pulling at their hair. All those, you try all those little basic things first. You know, keep it simple. In the end, nothing's really seeming to work, and our wildlife vet, John Lewis, he specializes in primates, and we really had no choice but to call him in. We can't think of anything else to do. We've tried all the simple things. You know, maybe he'll see something right off, and then okay, and then, you know, good, we'll try that.
John and the team work through a number of tests for things like food allergies and infectious diseases. But Jolene's condition is still a mystery.
Strange. What we probably need is, A, it may never happen again, in which case, wonderful. There's no problem. If it flares up again, I mean, it looks as if she's mildly puffy at the moment, but not severely so. When it starts up again, you want to take daily pictures. So I get an idea of how it develops and how it subsides or not, whatever, and how severe it is at the peak. When it's at its worst, that's when we want a blood profile, that's when we want possibly a biopsy. Not at this stage. I can't see today that a biopsy would be any good to you whatsoever.
Everyone will keep a very close eye on Jolene. Since allergy and infection have been ruled out, her symptoms could be the start of something much more serious. Back with the orangutans, there are some decisions to be made. When new mum Roro rejected her baby Dinda, the park looked for a foster mum for the little girl. Last week, Dinda met Xiao Kuai and her 1-year-old son Kai. Xiao Kuai is a fantastic mum, so the park hoped she could rear the baby.
Good girl. Well done, good girl. You're a special girl, aren't you?
Initially, she was very interested in Dinda.
We got it. We're on. We're on. Now we're sucking.
But things started to go wrong. Dinda had problems latching onto the nipple, and her constant crying was frustrating Xiao Kuai. For her own safety, and so she could be fed, she had to be taken away. So now they've come up with a plan B.
In the not too distant future, or in the quite close future, hopefully, we'll start introducing that baby to Ame, who has proved to be such a wonderful foster mother with Jolie. Arme would be better option in so much as A, she hasn't got her own baby at the moment, and B, she's in the nursery group anyway with a load of kids, so therefore she doesn't have the competition with adults. But when we do that, I'm quite comfortable that Arme will take the baby and look after the baby, but then I have to work with Arme to feed the baby, because she won't be able to feed baby naturally, of course. So that's just something that she and I have got to work on and develop. But now baby's still a bit young for that to happen. We haven't made a decision as to exactly when we're going to address that, but it will happen. Am I boring you?
Now that Roro's grape supply has run out, she loses interest in Jeremy. She makes it quite clear he is of no use to her anymore.
OK then. See, no more grapes. You don't want to know me anymore. It's all over, isn't it? It's all over now. Look at that. No grapes. Typical woman.
Over in the Stumptail macaque enclosure, Jeremy has a new challenge. 20-year-old Coco is being introduced to the great outdoors. It's a slow process and a huge change for Coco. It's all very different from her first home.
Come on, Coco. Let's go. Coco.
2 weeks ago, Jim and Alison went to Hungary to rescue her. She was stolen from the wild in Vietnam and ended up spending 20 years living in a small cage in a pet shop. Overweight and living alone, the team was surprised at her agility and her feisty personality. Coco's previous life may have caused both physical and mental scars. It could be a while before the park knows the full extent, but they have already spotted a skin condition which needs daily treatment.
Because she's so fat, in the folds of her tummy, it's getting quite horrible in there, and we're worried about fungal infections or even bacterial infections. So what I'm doing now is I'm giving her like a bed bath every day, and I'm using an antibacterial, antifungal shampoo that was recommended by Mike Nathan, the vet. So I'm just going to go and grab her now, and she's going to have her daily bed bath, which she's very good about, as long as I can stop her drinking the bath water, which is always a problem. Come on, sweetheart. It's bath time. Yes, it is. It's bath time. Come on, darling. Come on. Up we go. There we go. Good girl. Where's a good girl? There. This is... You don't mind, do you? A bit undignified, maybe, but you like your bath time. Here we go. Since she's been here, it's a lot less angry, a lot less inflamed. This is just through basic overweight and lack of mobility. I mean, this is just sitting about and getting fat. It's like almost like bed sores, I suppose. And the overweight will have been brought on by the bad diet and lack of exercise. And then if you're big and fat, you don't do a lot. So then you just sit and vegetate in a horrible sweaty heap. And then it can only degenerate from there, really, can't it?
Here at the park, it appears that Coco loves the attention, and each day after her wash, she gets a little treat.
As sure as I can be that she actually likes the sensation of being groomed and brushed and washed, just by the fact that she is so cooperative. I mean, she'll turn into the right position so I can get the right bit. I mean, look at her face now. In fact, very often she'll go to sleep in like bliss as I'm brushing her hair, and that can only be a positive thing.
Her reaction means that hopefully, when she meets the other Stumptails, grooming will become second nature to her. Next time, Coco meets her first companion in 20 years, old boy Gerald. And there's a surprise arrival for golden-cheeked gibbon Peanut.
So out of all the groups of gibbons that we've got here, these are the last we thought were going to be giving birth.
This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, new recruit Stumptailed macaque Coco meets her first companion in years, old boy Gerald.
The worrying thing now is she doesn't really know what to do.
And there's a welcome arrival for golden-cheeked gibbon Peanut. Monkey World Ape Rescue Centre is home to 15 species of primates. Only 3 of these are part of international breeding programs. They are the woolly monkeys, the orangutans, and the golden-cheeked gibbons. Until now, it was just the woolly monkeys and orangutans who had successfully given birth. But today the park welcomes its first baby golden-cheeked gibbon. The proud parents are Peanut and Pung Yo. In the wild, these primates are classed as endangered, so this is great news for the park and crucial to the survival of the species.
It came a little bit sooner than we expected it to be honest with you. We're surprised for several reasons. First of all, Pung Yo is actually very young. He's only about 5.5 years of age. So he would still well be with his mum and dad and his family unit in the wild. And she's not exactly over the hill either. She's only recently just gone through sexual maturity. So out of all the groups of gibbons that we've got here, these were the last we thought were going to be giving birth at this time. Baby is now 8 days old, so really proving to be a strong little thing. Clinging on, suckling away like mad, and mum is being perfect, absolutely perfect.
Gibbons are known as lesser apes. And while all apes and monkeys change in size, golden-cheeked gibbons go one step further. Although they're all born blonde, at around 6 months, they begin an amazing colour transformation. First, they turn black with golden cheeks. The males stay this colour, but when the females, like Peanut, sexually mature, they become blonde again, with just a black cap. Because they are so rare, there haven't been many studies of these gibbons in the wild, so this baby offers the perfect opportunity to discover exactly when and how the colour change happens.
We can now make a photographic flip book of the colour change, where it starts, how it starts, is it the back, the shoulders? So it's a beautiful opportunity to actually make a real document of exactly what goes on and when. We assume that the baby is blonde because mum's blonde and that's camouflage. But gibbons don't have a natural predator up in the trees, so where it comes from, who can tell?
The park doesn't know how much time Peanut spent with her own mother before being cruelly taken for the pet trade, so it's hard to say how much of her instinct is nurture or nature. But from these early stages, it looks like she's going to be the perfect mum. Dad Pung Yo may be quite young too, but he seems to know just what his role is.
Pung Yo has either been very severely told off on day 1, or he's doing a really nice job. He's just stayed away. He really hasn't had a lot of contact with Peanut for a while. In the first 2-3 days, nowhere near her. Second day, having a quick peer. You all right? Yeah, okay, I'm staying over here. I'm out of the way, though. And today, they've actually been playing and grooming. And he's like a little kid, though. He's getting bored, and he wants his attention, and he's not used to not having attention and someone to play with. So he's happy, but I just want to make sure that baby's happy, too.
Over at the chimp nursery, there's a young female who is having the time of her life. Johnny is quite a self-centered little chimp and can be a little precious. But she's also a sensitive individual, and when things get lively, she tends to keep out of the way. Recently, there's been a real change in the 7-year-old, and she's become a confident young chimp who's happiest in the thick of things. It could be because her only other female peer recently moved out, so Johnny doesn't have anyone to compete with. Also, at 7, she's starting to mature. Johnny is showing a slight sexual swelling. This could bring on a change in behaviour. Living with Johnny is a male chimp called Seamus. It'll be very interesting to see how Seamus reacts to her maturing. Though he's such a silly chimp, it's hard to believe he would know what to do with her. 5-year-olds Ben and Pip are gradually building up their confidence. They haven't been in the big outside enclosure for long. It used to be Pip who was the bravest of the pair, but now they've changed roles with Ben leading the way. For Pip, being female means she's cautious and considers the implications of being outside. She's well aware that her fellow chimps aren't always well behaved, but she probably worries a little too much. Johnny, on the other hand, couldn't be any happier, and these days she even has the privilege of being pampered by the dominant female. While Johnny enjoys this newfound confidence, down at the other end of the park, baby orangutan Dinda is about to embark on her new life with her orang family.
Hello, don't look at me like that.
She was rejected by her own mum, Roro. So a few weeks ago, the park tried to see if another adult female, Xiao Kuai, would care for her. Initially, the plan started well, but Dinda struggled to breastfeed, so the pair had to be separated. Instead, she's going to live with the Nursery orangutan group. Last week, she met adult female Ame, who will hopefully become her new foster mum.
That's worth a sweetie. If that isn't worth a sweetie, I don't know what is.
As the meeting went well, she's now ready for the next big step, encountering her whole new family in the orangutan nursery.
Of course, Dinda's at the age now where she's just beginning to take an interest in life around her. You know, that age where all of a sudden she's aware there are other things to do other than eat and sleep and poo. So she's beginning to push herself up and look at people and show interest in whatever's going on around her. So again, this is a good time to try and influence her to think orang rather than Mike. And here's an orang.
Meeting adults is one thing. A bigger challenge is the boisterous youngsters, especially Aris.
No, don't taste the baby. You're not going to eat it.
Ame is the foster mum of the orang nursery. She loves babies, so hopefully she'll be the perfect mum to Dinda.
Hello. Hello. Don't you do that. Don't be a madman. You're a nutter, you are. You're tasting her for a reason. No, don't be silly. Don't be silly. Don't be silly, boy. I think he probably is just what he is. He's a very rough little lad. But that's okay. We love him anyway.
Everyone seems to be taking a keen interest in Dinda. Or is it Jeremy? Ame has no milk, so Jeremy will still have to come in at feeding times. But hopefully Ame and the other orangs can offer Dinda the rest of the support she needs. Xiaoning likes everything her own way, and if she's not the centre of attention, she'll make sure she soon is.
Excuse me, no, you used to have these sort of feeds, but you're not anymore. Go on, get out of it. She's desperately trying to get all this down before she loses it. Good, go and annoy someone else. Oh, gone. Oh, God. No, it's gone, it's empty, look, nothing. Believe me, it's all gone. Oh, we're going to have a temper tantrum. Oh, talk about big baby. You are a brat. You're a spoiled brat. Look. Go over. Hey, no, stop it. Stop it. Let me just... I know what I can find you. Come here. You're... Yes, please. Here, hang on a minute. It's all right, Mike. I'll stuff it down my shirt out of the way. It's gone now. No bottle. What bottle? Don't worry. Hey, look, do you want a sweet?
Jeremy knows the way to a primate's heart is sweets. And as they only get them on very special occasions, they are all eager for their share.
Ame, come over here, look. I've got sweeties. Oh, I thought that might get you over. Here we go. Hey, good girl. Now come back. Didn't buy me much, did it? That sweet.
It's a good thing that Ame isn't paying much attention to Dinda. If she was too dominant, it would make it difficult for Jeremy to feed her. And despite the cold shoulder, Ame is much happier being foster mum to the youngsters than living with adults.
We need now to make this happen on a daily basis, and so that everybody can get used to everybody, and then Dinda can form her own place within this group. And, you know, then we'll have, as usual, we'll have the evolution of the group will revolve around that, won't we?
Living in the middle of Monkey World is a group of 4 capuchin monkeys. 17-year-old Gizmo has been one of the park's most challenging individuals to rehabilitate. Unfortunately, some of the worst cases of abuse are right here in England. Gizmo was one of them. Jim and Alison were made aware of him 2 years ago. They were contacted by the Ipswich Environmental Protection Officer, Elisa Davis. It's her job to inspect the living conditions of wild animals kept as pets. She felt that living a solitary existence in a filthy shed with no heat was not acceptable. Gizmo had even begun eating away at his own tail.
Just terrible. He's already lost a fair amount of his tail. The question is, how much more will Mike Nathan have to remove in order to clean it up and tidy it up?
Sadly, Gizmo did have to lose another 3 inches. But now, 2 years later, his tail has healed and he's finally managing to relax and settle in with his fellow capuchins. The primate care staff had to work very hard, and for keeper Julie, this long battle has been totally worthwhile.
We managed to get all 4 capuchins together. Got Tom, Terry, TJ, and finally Gizmo. Obviously, Tom, Terry, and TJ have all lived together before, Gizmo being the odd one out, and he has been a very fragile monkey. It's taken him a while to adjust to being a monkey and actually learning how to communicate with these guys and learn how to actually be the capuchin that he is. But he's getting there, and it's really wonderful to see him out and about with the other guys, although at the moment we have to admit that he's not tending to spend too much time with them. He's trying to stay a little bit further away from them, but each day he gets more and more confident, and each day he gets a little bit closer. When you get one that's had such an experience as Gizmo, that he's really quite messed up, it really does play a bit of an effect on the rest of the group, because they don't understand his body language, they don't understand what he's doing. Sometimes they'll misread. All of them have actually come from backgrounds where they're never going to be normal capuchins, so they've all got their own little quirks and their own little stereotypical behaviours, so he will never be the monkey he should have been. All he can possibly be is the monkey he's striving to be, and he is getting more and more wonderful each day.
The newest monkey to join the park is stump-tailed macaque, Coco. Before coming to Monkey World, she lived alone in a cage for 20 years. But her life is about to change. Today she will meet another macaque. Integrating Coco is vital for her rehabilitation, and the team thought very hard about who she should meet first. They picked Gerald, with his gentle nature. No one knows if Coco had any macaque social skills, so anything could happen.
My ideal introduction is boring, when they ignore each other. You know, this sort of shouting eureka and going and giving somebody a big hug and all that sort of stuff, it's dodgy stuff, because it does happen, but it's a recipe for, if it's that emotional from the word go, then it can very easily go the other way. No, we've got Gerald waiting up there in the top area, and we're just going to let him down. We're just going to let him down next to Coco, and then gauge the reaction, and then basically make it up as we go along. If it's all positive, put them together, or we'll just see how it goes. Come on, Gerald. Come on, big boy.
You are good boy.
Gerald is interested in his new neighbour, and his initial reactions through the mesh are positive. Luckily, it seems that despite her 20 years of solitary confinement, Coco does have some innate behaviour.
She's lip smacking to him. She recognised what he is.
She's more interested in...
She knows what he is, though. Come on, Gerald.
So far, the meeting has gone well, so Jeremy opens a slide to allow them full contact.
Well, that's perfect, really, isn't it? She totally proved that she knows she's a macaque. When he came down, she instantly did the submissive lip smacking gesture. That was textbook. She knows what she is. Don't you? Yes, of course you do. But that was perfect. She behaved so perfectly. I mean, he's a gentleman anyway, which is great. That's why we chose him.
But unfortunately, Coco's macaque behaviour isn't as advanced as Gerald would like. And although he's a gentleman, he's becoming more and more frustrated by her lack of social skills.
You saw that then. He sort of did his walk by, and then he got up on the perch and did a He-Man, pose. I think she could have been a little bit more impressed. The worrying thing now is that she doesn't really know what to do, so she might give him the wrong message because she's so socially ignorant.
Gerald keeps trying to get Coco's attention, but it's not working, and he's getting more and more offended that his displays are not impressing her. He shows her he's angry, which confuses Coco.
Gerald? I'll have to break this up now.
Their squabble is quickly stopped and the pair are separated. Gerald goes back outside with the rest of the group, leaving Jeremy and a bewildered Coco to gather their thoughts.
The problem is she wasn't alarmed. She ought to realise that, she's been the dominant animal in her life because she's the only animal, and she has to realise that there is a pecking order here, and as the new kid on the block, you're going to be pretty low. We had positive interaction and then it went negative, so if we just do a lot of little introductions like that and encourage the positive and discourage the negative, then hopefully it will all happen in the not too distant future.
Back with Capuchin Gizmo, Elisa Davis, the environmental protection officer who helped rescue him, has come to see how he's getting on. It's the first time she's seen him in 2 years.
So different. His coat is shiny. He looks fatter, he looks happy. He's got fur on him, but the actual tail looks fatter. It's got all fur over it. He just looks a completely different monkey.
Although Gizmo was neglected, he was actually being legally kept. Anyone in Britain can own one of these precious primates with the appropriate licence.
He had been previously licensed by the council for the past few years, previously to somebody obviously that I took over their job. I can't obviously comment on, the state he was in then or how long he'd been like that. But when I saw him, it just wasn't right. If we'd left Gizmo where he was, I don't know how long he would have survived. I'm so pleased to see him like this. Really am. When I first saw him there, it was just heartbreaking, but to see him now, it's just so great.
It's nearly bedtime for the park's residents, and for the youngest members of the chimp nursery, Ash and Rodders, nightfall means an exciting new adventure. The pair are now a year old, and they'll soon live with the chimp nursery full-time. So animal manager Jeremy is keen for foster mum Sally to meet them. Sally is the dominant female of her group, and she loves babies. She's made it her role to care for all the infants who pass through the nursery. She teaches them about the complexities of chimp life before they move on to an adult group. She's been the perfect teacher, but lately it looks like she's been losing her status.
Because Sally she's a spoiled brat, and she isn't really bothered about the older youngsters, i.e. Ben and Pip. They've grown up a bit now. It's only babies that Sally really does. And of course, Seamus and Johnny are even older, so they're even more independent. And Lulu really is the policeman as far as those four are concerned, not Sally. So she's sort of evolved away, she's evolved herself out of a job. Sally's a bit like a fish out of water. She hasn't got the status in the group that she has when she's got little ones.
Jeremy hopes Ash and Rodders are exactly what Sally needs to regain her status. This evening will be their first overnight with Sally.
It's actually going to be good for her if I can sort of help cement a relationship between these two little ones and Sally. Then her status will benefit big time within the rest of the group. She's back in charge again, because at the moment she isn't really in charge. And we do like Sally to be in charge. Don't we, Sal?
Chimps, like most animals, can't resist a snack. So Jeremy has prepared a fruit basket full of their favourite goodies. Just like human babies, these two are wary of any change in routine. But Sally's a pro at this and leaves the pair to relax while she helps herself to the picnic. Gradually, Ash and Rodders realise that having a new roommate is quite good fun. Full of fruit, Sally again shows her chimp wisdom by building a huge nest. She's ready for sleep and tries to encourage the youngsters to join her in the comfy creation. But just like most little ones, sleep is the furthest thing from their mind. It's a good job Sally enjoys looking after babies, because it looks like she is in for a sleepless night. Next time, baby woolly monkey Julio leaves his life living with humans.
Tomorrow night, we've decided, is the first night for the rest of his life that he will hopefully stay the night with woolly monkeys.
And there's a shocking exit from the park for a capuchin monkey family. 18 months after their rescue, a court order means they have to leave. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, it's time for baby woolly monkey Julio to leave his life living with humans.
Tomorrow night, we've decided, is the first night for the rest of his life that he will hopefully stay the night with woolly monkeys.
And there's a shocking exit from the park for a capuchin monkey family. 18 months after their rescue, a court order means they have to leave. Monkey World is involved with a number of endangered species breeding programs. So far, 11 babies have been born as a result of them. Unfortunately, 4 were rejected by their mothers, so they had to be hand-reared by the primate care staff.
Turn around like this.
7 months ago, Alison took on the care of baby woolly monkey Julio. For the past 2 months, he's been introduced slowly during the day to his family in the woolly monkey house. In the evenings, he goes home with Alison or Mike. They have to make sure that while he's still so small, he's getting exactly the right nutrients he needs to grow properly. But tonight will be his last living with humans before he joins his woolly monkey family for good.
You can see he's sort of quite grown up. It's actually going to be his 210th day tomorrow, which makes it his 7-month-old birthday. He's physically big enough. He's feeding himself now very well. And he's getting on so well with the other woolly monkeys that it's time that he stays with them, really. And the first hurdle to that step is not just abandoning him, because that would be psychologically quite tough on him, is we'll get him to stay overnight with him. So tomorrow night, we've decided, is the first night for the rest of his life that he will hopefully stay the night with woolly monkeys. And I think he's going to be thinking, come on, time to go home, where's Mike or Allison? But yeah, that's it. He's going to tuck up with them, and I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, that he and Lena tuck up together. And if they do, he'll have no problem whatsoever.
Julio has grown into a confident little boy. He plays wherever he wants to, and the other woolly monkeys are very happy to let him.
He just pushes right past them. You know, they can be eating, and he gets in there to see if there's anything he wants. If he's walking through the tunnel, I mean, even Lavar, the dominant male, will step aside, step back for Julio to come through the tunnel. Yes, we're talking about you. So, you know, like babies in almost all primate groups, he's the cherished individual. He is looked after and given everything and anything he wants because he's a baby, and they seem to have taken him on, assimilated him into the group as if he were their own. I'm just pleased for him that they've sort of taken to him as much as, you know, Mike and I did. So I think he'll do well in there.
Monkey World has a policy that any animal they rescue is free to stay at the park to live out their lives with others of their own kind in a natural environment. But this is all about to change. For the first time in the park's history, a court order means a group of primates have to leave. It's a family of capuchin monkeys who were rescued just 18 months ago. Alison is devastated by the decision. She was heavily involved in their rescue mission.
It all started out when an undercover officer from the RSPCA decided to reply to multiple articles that he saw in newspapers and magazines, proudly advertising the fact that they had a baby capuchin monkey that was captive born in UK that they were prepared to rip away at the tender young age of 3 months. They asked Jim's and my opinion on this. We gave them that, and the RSPCA decided to proceed with an undercover operation to actually offer to buy the baby monkey and to set up a sting situation where the baby was actually brought to them and sold to them.
Anyone in Britain can keep and sell a primate with the appropriate license. The current law for keeping exotic pets is now almost 100 years old. And while Jim and Alison continue to try and get the law changed, it's the primates who suffer.
We've been asked to meet with them on the motorway near Chippenham to meet an animal dealer, a guy who's been breeding capuchin monkeys for sale and selling them for as much as 3,500 pounds. That's like $7,000. He's taking away a baby capuchin from its mom, which is how he sells them. And the RSPCA agrees with us that that is cruel, and the one thing you can do in this country is if somebody commits an act of unnecessary cruelty to an animal, that's illegal.
Well, we've just pulled into the service station where the meeting's meant to happen, and now we're just sort of waiting. It's really sort of the tense time because you don't know what's going to happen. Is the guy going to actually show up? So is he going to come? Will he have the monkey? Will we actually be able to get the baby off of him before he freaks out and runs off? I don't know. So we're all actually staked out here in the car park waiting for this guy to show up and not knowing really what to expect. Bit tense.
10 minutes later, the dealer arrived. He admitted to having the baby capuchin monkey in his car, and the police confiscated it.
The police have actually just arrested the gentleman who's here, and we're just waiting for them to drive away now so that we don't cause a scene out in the middle of the car park here.
It's now officially you're in your custody, okay? Okay.
The RSPCA needed Alison and vet John Lewis to identify the baby and give a visual health check before they could leave.
Chimp, sweet. Tiny little baby. Yeah, let John have a look.
There's no physical wounds on her, but there again, you wouldn't necessarily expect that. She's clearly scared. She's got that expression on her face which says, what the hell is going on?
But she's quite young, isn't she?
She's very young, yeah, without doubt. And if you look at her now, she's clinging on to anything at all. It ought to be a mother, but she's just hanging on to terry cloth or whatever it is in there.
There's actually a cuddly toy in the box for her to cling to and stuff, but right now, like John says, she's so freaked out just by everything that it's going to take her a little while to calm down.
But this was only half of the story. While the dealer was met by the police, Monkey World's animal manager Jeremy and an RSPCA team in Wales were on the way to the dealer's parents' house. They wanted to see if they could find the baby's mother, as they didn't think mum and baby should be apart.
Now the next bit, fingers crossed, is over in Wales. How's Jeremy doing? So got the baby, now we just need to get mum.
Clearly we've got to get this baby back with his mum. So first thing is to identify the mum. And if that's, not knowing what we're going into, that could be anything. I mean, if there's only one female, then it's obviously her. If there's a dozen females, then it might not be obvious if one's lactating, if one's got milk. So we're going to have to make some decisions when we get there. Equally, if it's a family group, a small family group, we don't want to split the family group up. So because we don't know, we've got to be prepared for everything.
If that leaves just the father, if he's there, then we'll take the father as well, because it would be cruel to leave one on its own. So the baby will be coming back to Monkey World if we're successful, hopefully mom and maybe even dad. If there's any more, they're gonna have to stay.
With the baby safely en route to Monkey World, vet John Lewis also made the journey to Wales to join Jeremy and the team in the search for the baby's family.
Yeah, that must be mum and this is dad. So, not happy about taking the female, not the male. It's not going to be a happy bunny at all. There's no way that they can be living separately.
No.
So we're looking at a family group, and therefore it's, they either stay together or go together, and I don't think they ought to stay here.
The situation is we've got a family group of animals. In fact, the baby's been taken from the mother, but it's actually in with the mother's in with the father. They're in reasonable physical condition. The facilities they're in are not terribly cramped, but it's filthy, and there's no facility for separating them or dealing with them in any way at all. Given that we think the baby's been taken away far too young from its mother, and so in order not to leave one animal, one adult on his own, all three are going to be confiscated until the outcome of the legal proceedings. So we have to take the male and the female now.
It's been 18 months since the Monkey World team confiscated the Capuchin family. Since then, they've been living happily all together in a more natural environment. But recently, the case has been to court to decide whether the monkey's owner had treated them cruelly, and now they have a ruling.
What the RSPCA were hoping is that they could prove that the standards in which and the methods in which this man was using to breed and sell his monkeys were indeed actually cruel. So regardless of the law being legal for somebody to buy and sell the monkey, what he was doing was an act of cruelty, and that was their case. So it was wholly unnecessary, basically, for this man to breed a monkey and then to forcibly, when the mother's looking after it perfectly and feeding a 3-month-old infant, to forcibly tear them apart just so he can make a sale. The legal system, of course, takes quite a long time, and I think it was about 9 months or even more before the court case was actually brought to trial. So, we had Bonnie and Clyde, and by that point we had named the baby Andy at the park for quite a long time, and everybody grew very fond of them, and they adapted magnificently to their new environment, flying around their enclosure, playing wildly together, perfect family unit.
But the court eventually ruled that even though suffering had taken place, the dealer had not caused unnecessary suffering by taking the baby away from its mother to sell it. And now, all the Capuchins have to be returned to their owner.
It breaks my heart for them is the fact that, our keepers spent more than a year looking after those monkeys, making sure that they were happy and healthy, and they were. I had to tell them that they had to give them up. And, we're very proud of the fact that monkeys and apes that come here have a good retirement home, and that it's usually forever. Sadly for Bonnie and Clyde, we were ordered by the courts to return them. We're still here, and we're still going to fight and campaign to stop the trade. And I don't expect that Bonnie and Clyde will be the last Capuchins that we're asked to come and assist with. Yeah, personally, I'm just hoping that with something of this nature that
the people who actually enforce the legislation, the law, can, look at it, be more open-minded, be more considerate to the actual emotional welfare of a family group. That family group of Capuchin monkeys are having a nice time together. They love each other. They're sound. They're solid. If only that, then this hasn't all been in vain, because it's all a horrible thing to have to go through. It's dreadful for the monkeys. I mean, we're supposed to be the intelligent animal, for goodness sake. I mean, really, it's a bit of a farce, isn't it? It really is. It's just so sad to me. People wonder why I isolate myself here. When you look out there, oh, goodness me, I don't want any part of it, thank you very much. My conscience is clear.
In the main orangutan enclosure, Tuan and his group are busy with 2 puzzle feeders. Orangutans are highly intelligent animals and enjoy problem solving to get their food. First on the scene is 11-year-old female Lucky, and she's keen to check out the new objects. But big male Tuan is still far more interested in his lunch. Roro has spotted the second feeder, but frustration seems to be getting the better of her. Lucky has quickly worked it all out. On the menu today is apple, lemon curd, and peanut butter. Hanging the pole from the frame makes the orangs work for their treats. Their long arms and short legs make them perfectly designed for tackling the feeding poles. And at last, Roro's cracked the puzzle. But 22-year-old Tuan can only sit and watch. The girls are dominating the feeder, and he's just too heavy. Female orangutans weigh half as much as the males, which makes them extremely agile when swinging from the flimsy branches in the wild. But with the treats going fast, Tuan is determined not to be left out. He tries an alternative strategy: muscle power and a firm jaw. But it's no good. On the other pole, Lucky uses more successful tactics to get at the prize. With nothing more than a mouthful of splinters, Tuan heads off to join Lucky on her pole. And it looks like things have finally clicked with the big man. And he gets his turn, tasting the treats. Over in Hananya's group, concern is growing for one of the female chimps, 10-year-old Jolene. She's been unwell for a couple of weeks, and with a strange collection of symptoms that come and go. And unfortunately, she's just not improving.
She's acted very depressed. Some mornings she is quite slow. Some mornings there's a bit of stiffness about her. And there's this complication or this range of symptoms where little stiffness, but it seems to come and go. We have flare-ups with the skin where we get all of a sudden swelling, and she's lost hair on her head. We're getting swelling around the eyes, some swelling around the forehead. Now, sometimes around now her ears. It seems like it's progressing. She's been given a range of treatments already. But right now, she's in the middle of a real bout of whatever this is. It's not nice for her, but she is having a problem right now. John and Mike are here right now, and now's the time to find out. John, you see the difference in her now, don't you, than when you were last here? It's pretty dramatic.
When I last saw her, Jim, she had no swelling, and it was just, it really was a case of telling me, well, you should have seen her last week. And now she's got obvious swelling. I've got something to work with. I've got something to biopsy. We've got an animal that's actually in the throes of some kind of clinical problem, and that's when blood pictures are more likely to show what it is. So, yeah, it's more to work with.
Chimps, like many animals, are good at hiding if they're in pain. It's a defense mechanism. The team are worried that Jolene is extremely ill, but she's just not showing it.
I don't think she's going to do it.
Jolene is darted with anaesthetic, and once she is asleep, a full investigation can take place. John needs blood samples so he can test for infections and organ function. He'll also do a white blood count to test for immune problems. X-rays may also shed light on the stiffness in Jolene's joints. John will also take skin biopsies from the affected areas. Some chimps do get grooming patches. Grooming is a popular and important activity in chimp society, and some lower-ranking members get over-groomed, which can lead to distinct patches of hair loss. But Jolene is a well-established female, so it's unlikely these patches are from over-grooming.
But this, you see, this here.
Yeah. It's those ones.
Do they just spontaneously occur?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's one here as well.
See there, that must be a fresh one, surely. This one here. Had you seen this before? Don't suppose you have.
No.
And there's one right on the top of the head here. Little area of ulceration.
The skin samples are cut away so they can be sent for analysis, but the size of some of the cuts require stitches. The team can be confident Jolene's had a comprehensive battery of tests. Now they'll keep their fingers crossed that the diagnosis is not life-threatening. Since it began, Monkey World has worked with 15 governments worldwide, and now they're about to break new territory. There's a chimpanzee that needs rescuing from Mexico. Brian is 3 years old. He was stolen from the wild in West Africa and was being trained to be a beach photographer's prop. With the help of Jim, Alison and animal conservationist Gloria Fraser, the authorities confiscated him. He's now safely living at an ecological park until he can come to Monkey World. It's been a year since the mission to rescue Brian began, and it hasn't been easy. Firstly, nature intervened when Hurricane Wilma hit Cancun. It took several weeks before anyone could confirm that Brian survived the storm. But since then, official paperwork and transatlantic bureaucracy has been a much bigger obstacle.
Gloria, it's Jim. You have all the paperwork for Brian. You need a letter from us?
Yes. I don't understand why, but the law in Mexico is very difficult sometimes to understand.
We'll send you an email today.
But every time you go there, they want something different.
Will that be the final letter?
That, who knows?
We found ourselves in a position where the British government, trying to do their job, asked so many questions of another government. You know, it became the long, lengthy list that what would happen is, where you thought you were going to get them quickly, you see it drifted away. Because there's 10 questions, 20 questions, 30 questions that aren't going to help. And eventually, we got so frustrated by all this and so worried about Brian that we met with the officials in the British government. We met with our MP, Jim Knight, who organized the meeting. And we've come to an agreement. We've all accepted that when it's welfare, when it's suffering, do it right, but do it quick.
And with arrangements in place, Jeremy can finally begin work on a special travel box to transport Brian back to Monkey World. Next time, the team make the 5,000-mile journey to Mexico to meet Brian.
Hey, Brian!
Good boy. Come here. Good boy you are.
And it's not just this chimpanzee that needs their help. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, Jim and Alison are on a special mission to Mexico. They are here to collect a lively 3-year-old chimp called Brian, who's been mistreated by his owner.
He's a very happy, very healthy little boy.
Jim gets to fulfill an ambition.
Best of luck, fellas.
And there's frustration when Alison tries to track down an adult chimp called Coco. Rescuing primates is a crucial part of Monkey World's work. So far, the park has rescued 118 primates with the help of 15 governments around the world. Today, they're about to break new territory. Jim and Alison Cronin have travelled 5,000 miles away to Cancun in Mexico. It's their first rescue mission in this country, and it's for a young male chimpanzee called Brian.
Gracias. Sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
What?
It's all yours. Oh. He's got his mom. Oh, he's a good boy.
The mission to rescue Brian began a year ago. It hasn't been easy.
Good boy.
In October 2005, Hurricane Wilma hit Cancun. It took several weeks before anyone could confirm that Brian had survived the storm. And then, Jim and Alison were faced with pages of official paperwork and frustrating transatlantic bureaucracy. Finally, with the help of local conservationists Gloria Fraser and Sarah Rincon, Jim and Alison managed to get the Mexican authorities to confiscate Brian. Since then, he's been living at Escaret Eco Park. It's a 5-hectare conservation site, and a wide variety of native species live there. But chimpanzees are not native to Mexico, and it's important for Brian to grow up with other chimps, so Monkey World were asked to give him a home.
Come here. Good boy.
It seems the 3-year-old is already making quite an impression on Jim and Alison.
No.
They will have daily meetings with Brian. It's important he gets to know them because it will make it easier for him to settle back into life at Monkey World.
Got him.
Yeah, I know.
I got him in a spot. Oh, he's a good boy. You know what I'm really happy about is he's a very happy, very healthy little boy. And it's great when a place like this has gone through so much trouble. He's been loved, he's been looked after, he looks terrific, and he's a lot of fun. That's a happy boy. Drink break.
Brian's story is typical of many chimps used in the tourist industry. He was stolen from the wild in West Africa and was being trained as a beach photographer's prop. He may have had a difficult start in life, but he's a very lively and sociable chimp, and Jim thinks he could make the perfect playmate for one of the park's cheekiest residents.
If I had to find one chimp that Seamus is gonna think it's like his little brother, it's like perfect for him. So the only difference with him and Seamus, he's got no teeth and he's far too clean. Far too clean. Seamus is gonna muddy this boy up.
And back at the park in Brian's future home, Seamus is causing havoc, as usual. It will be fantastic for Seamus to have a new playmate, but hopefully not all of his naughty behaviour will rub off on Brian. The rest of the group are enjoying a new delicacy: young coconuts, which have extra soft flesh inside. It's the first time they've tried it. The chimps are always interested in anything new, especially food. 5-year-old Pip is usually quite shy, but even she is curious about this new treat. She takes some from Johnny. Johnny can be unpredictable, so it's very positive that she allows Pip to share. Seamus has stopped terrorising adult female Lulu and has decided to see if she'll share with him. The little hooligan is used to getting spoiled by foster mum Sally, but Lulu isn't as much of a pushover. And she won't respond well to being challenged. Seamus is a determined young chimp who likes to get his own way. But today, even a tasty treat isn't worth a showdown with feisty Lulu. Foraging for food is an important part of chimp life. In the wild, they can cover up to 4 miles a day in search of something to eat. And a young chimp is totally dependent on its mum. They will learn everything from her, including how to forage and what food is safe to eat. Lulu and Sally are the only adults in the group, so the youngsters will learn from them. And although treats can cause squabbles, it's lovely to see the others join them without tempers getting flared. Hopefully Brian will fit in perfectly with this friendly bunch, as long as he's not learning the ropes from Seamus. But back in Mexico, Alison's finding out that Brian already has quite a lively personality.
Brian!
He doesn't want to let her out of his enclosure.
You're not gonna let me go! Are you not gonna let me go? Brian has decided I can't leave. We'll just have to trick you somehow, won't we?
Brian's found his mom. Brian absolutely found his mom. He's crazy about Alison.
We get on well.
He walked in there, and Brian just went, "That's it, this is over." And Brian just loved her.
In a few days, Jim and Alison will be taking Brian back to Monkey World. But before they go, there's something else they need to do. An adult female chimp called Coco needs their help too. Alison's been following her plight for over 3 years.
I've been receiving letters and photographs from tourists who come to Cancun on holiday and see Coco being paraded down the beaches in the midday sun, running from umbrella to umbrella, stealing people's drinks. And this photographer apparently takes Coco and sort of pushes her on top of tourists for photographs, asks for $10 for every photograph, and so he's working her on the beaches every day. I think even Coco is getting a bit tired of it because several of the reports have said that Coco has actually grabbed hold of women on the beach or even out on the street in Cancun and sort of tried to bite them. Sadly for Coco, she's had all of her teeth knocked out in the front, so when she tries to bite somebody, she doesn't do any harm. But nonetheless, you know, that side of her chimp behavior is coming out and she's objecting.
Coco is actually owned by the same man who bought Brian. But because Brian was so young, he had a very lucky escape.
I think the problem here is that the Mexican authorities see it is extremely difficult to try to confiscate this chimpanzee that's 20 years old. But when Brian appeared, and all of a sudden we've got the baby to one day replace Coco, they've grabbed Brian, and the question really is, will they, can they, take that next step to do something about Coco?
It's personal now. We know Coco. I've got photographs of Coco. I could pick Coco out of a lineup. I don't think we'll rest until we get Coco confiscated and then back to the park.
Jim and Alison are desperate to catch a glimpse of Coco. They want to see for themselves the sort of life she's leading. So they search all the places Coco has been spotted. And at last, as night falls, they get a lead on where she will be tonight.
We've been going through the shopping centers, the beaches, in the midday sun, doing exactly what Coco does, and I can tell you right now, it's hard, hot work, but finally, at the end of today, we had a tip-off.
There's miles of beach here. There's a lot of shops, a lot of places you can be at any given time. To find out that we might know where she's gonna be at 7 o'clock tonight, that's phenomenal. If we see her tonight, and when we see her tonight, she's been working since this morning. Now, apparently, she works from 7 at night till 10 at night. So poor Coco is working at 12, 13, 14-hour day, and that's the life that she leads.
But Coco does not show up. Although they're disappointed, there is some good news. The police are going to raid Coco's owner's house. They might even confiscate her. and they've asked Jim and Alison to come with them. Coco is a fully grown chimp, and the police are worried that she could become violent. They need support from some experts in chimp behavior.
We've been told that actually on Monday the police would like us to accompany them and actually go to the Mound's house and either have a look at Coco. We're not quite clear what they're saying yet. It's not quite straightforward whether they want us to just have a look at her and consider her circumstances, or whether they simply want to take her on Monday and take her to Escaret to be dealt with in future.
In the morning, there's more bad news. The police are forced to cancel their plans to confiscate Coco. The police reassure Jim and Alison they will not give up on the adult chimp, but they can only take Coco from her owner if they witness her being worked. It might take another year for them to pin down Coco's owner, but Alison's already waited over 3 years and has no intention of giving up. For now, though, they need to return their attentions to Brian and his safe journey back to Monkey World. But no matter how far they are from Monkey World, they always keep in contact. And today, animal manager Jeremy needs to talk to them about chimpanzee Jolene.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, Jeremy, how are you?
Not too bad. Too bad. Just going to fill you in on Jolene.
She has been unwell for a couple of weeks and had a series of tests to try and work out what was wrong. But the test results are back now, and they haven't shown up anything sinister. She even began to pick up, and the team were hopeful she was on the mend. But now, she's in decline again. So today the vet has given her a steroid injection.
Come on.
This will reduce any inflammation she has, provide pain relief, and act as a general pick-me-up.
Since then, she has actually picked up and she started eating, and so we've managed to get the antibiotic into her.
Okay.
And we're just giving her a lot of fuss and attention and making her comfortable and happy here in the bedrooms.
Although everyone is pleased Jolene is feeling better, she will need to be closely monitored. The steroids are only tackling her symptoms and not the cause of her illness.
She's responding. Okay. She's responding really well, and she's talking a lot, and I'm a lot happier than what I was yesterday.
All right, hey, hang in there. Keep everything going.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see you later. I'll call you as soon as something else is going on. See you later.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. It's really nice to know he's there holding the fort.
Jeremy was really concerned, and sort of, when Jeremy finally admits that he's really concerned, you better start moving.
We're going to have to consider more blood tests, and we're really going to have to sit down and talk with John and Mike and try to get a handle on this thing. So, because we actually don't know, in the end, what her problem is right now.
Happy that Jeremy has everything under control back home, Jim and Alison can concentrate on their challenge. It's time for their second meeting with Brian. It's taken a year to get all the paperwork in order for Brian to come to England. And during this time, he's been very happy at Escaret Eco Park.
Whoa, he's a good boy.
He may be happy now, but when Brian opens his mouth, it's a glimpse into the life he used to lead. All of his teeth, apart from 4 molars, have been knocked out.
We've seen it before with many primates where the front teeth get removed, but never all of them. So we were trying to figure out how somebody could have, it would have been a big operation to remove every single tooth in the poor little guy's head.
Yeah, go get Jim.
Nightmare even as a beach photographer's prop, which just goes to show why the teeth get pulled out, why they get put on drugs, why they get beat up. The whole thing is simply an unmitigated nightmare and means that Brian was made an orphan, his mother killed. And for what?
This would not be a fun life for Brian. It would be long, it would be 16-hour days, and there's a good chance, that he could die young because of it. And it's because of Escaret and places like Escaret that we can work with, that we can make it stop, and we can give Brian a home.
Escaret doesn't usually care for chimpanzees, but it's clear they've done an excellent job looking after Brian. They specialise in giving sanctuary to native species, and like Jim and Alison, their conservation work is very important to them. They're keen to show them the work they do with sea turtles.
And one of the things that Alison and I found really exciting was the opportunity to work with another organization, to work with Escarret and see what one of their programs is like. Very, very different from what we do, but kind of the similar.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's very much, there's a lot of similarities because it's about rescue, it's about rehabilitation, and it's also about the release of the sea turtles back into the ocean.
Escarret has an ongoing program dedicated to the conservation of threatened turtles. Every 2 months, they take 1 or 2 nests from the beach back to the park. This not only protects the unborn babies, it also educates people about them. And a couple of weeks after hatching, the baby turtles are released into the sea. To date, they've released over 29,000 baby turtles back to the ocean. And Jim and Alison are about to see some of the lucky ones that made it.
I think for Alison and I mean, it's just been amazing. I mean, this was really one of my first loves, and somewhere along the line, you know, I left the idea of being in the ocean and studying the ocean and found myself with primates. So this is kind of a dream come true for us.
The team has discovered a viral infection, which is isolated to this bay. It's making the turtles ill. To combat the problem, they need to do regular health checks.
They've gotten the measurements, the length, the width, fecal samples, 2 different kinds of blood tests. I mean, it's a really thorough job, and it's not easy work. You know, you get huffing and puffing here pretty quick. They're incredibly powerful. Those flippers are so strong. We are so pleased that we could really be here.
With the assistance of Escarret, hopefully this population of turtles will continue to thrive. And as night falls, it's time for an even bigger treat for Jim, releasing the next generation of baby sea turtles into the ocean.
Best of luck, fellas.
Only a few of these babies will make it to adulthood. Many will get eaten by seabirds, crabs, and fish. But the rest will disappear off to grow up in the ocean. They won't be seen again until they are young adults.
It's just amazing to be able to participate in something like this and see it through from beginning to end, and to earlier today see some individuals who have done exactly what these little guys did tonight and know that they're out there and actually surviving and doing well. It's just fantastic.
Oh, wow. Wasn't that something?
It's been an emotional trip for Jim and Alison.
Hola, sweet pea. Hey.
Although they are thrilled to be taking Brian home with them, they are frustrated that they've had to leave without even seeing Coco. Alison has been fighting for Coco for over 3 years, and she is not going to give up. But for now, everyone is focused on 3-year-old Brian's safe journey to England.
Okay.
Easy. He needs to be in the shade.
We need him?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's not sure what's going on. There's so many people around and everything. But you can see he fits into the box very nicely. And you can't be too worried if you're prepared to eat your banana. Good boy.
Brian may well fit in his box, but it seems the box may not fit into the plane.
Box has been here for a long time. But they've just switched planes going back. And now they were worried about the width of the box. And I'm thinking, you are kidding me.
Zach Tidy from the travel company is on hand to sort the problem out.
So the actual hold door is 38 inches wide, which is pretty much the width of this crate. But if we do find when we get there it is too tight to get the aft hold, we've got like a plan B.
Oh, okay, so we'll
get him on. We'll definitely get him on.
I mean,
one way or the other.
Brian is understandably nervous of what's going on around him.
We're gonna unload him.
And when the team make it to the airport, the temperature and the tempers reach boiling point.
You must go now. Hey, you must go now. You must go. It's too hot.
Vámonos.
Let's go. Come on, you have to go.
It's vital that Brian is kept in the shade while the paperwork to allow him airside is sorted out.
The sun is still beating down. He must be in the shade. Everybody can say hello to him, but please put him in the shade. They're all just playing with the box.
Alison is desperate to make sure the 3-year-old is okay, but no one is allowed to accompany him while he goes through the cargo.
He will die.
He will die very fast in the sun.
He needs to be put in the shade, please.
They're not putting the box in the shade. Yes,
I am a doctor. Tell the man in the yellow he's still not in the shade. They are not putting the box in the shade.
She eventually persuades them to let her through.
You are the doctor. Go to the chipmunk, please.
All right, thank you very much.
Stay there.
Well, they've let Alison go through, which is very nice. Thank you very much. We don't have the right pass, really, to be in this area, but they've made an exception so that Alison can go through and stay with Brian. Alison will now get Brian in the shade. No one will get in her way. I mean, that's just a fact.
Jim and Alison have been on many rescue missions, but they never relax until the animals are safely back in the park.
Okay? Excellent.
In just a couple of days, Brian will be living with the other chimps for the first time. And for Sarah Rincon, who has been instrumental in this rescue, it's the moment she's been waiting for.
You're very welcome.
Traernos a un medio ambiente similar al de ellos. Que Dios los bendiga y vamos a seguir rescatando animalitos. Eso queda como un compromiso.
We will take good care of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome to Brian. I hope he really enjoys the flight with us.
Next time, Brian makes it safely back to Monkey World and meets keeper Lee.
Hello.
And chimp Jolene takes a turn for the worse.
We're going in here to see if there's anything that's feasible to do. I'm frightened there isn't.
This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, toddler chimpanzee Brian recovers from his 5,000-mile journey from Mexico. And there's a medical crisis for chimpanzee Jolene.
We're going in here as an emergency to see if there's anything that's feasible to do. I'm frightened there isn't.
Many of the primates rescued by Monkey World arrive with physical and psychological scars from their previous lives. It's the job of the primate care staff to rehabilitate them, and one of their priorities is settling the animals into family groups.
Little boy, say hello.
It's early morning and the newest arrival is ready for breakfast.
Hello. What you been doing?
3-year-old chimpanzee Brian arrived late last night after a 5,000-mile journey from Mexico.
I spent the night to start with next door to him, and he was really calm. A little bit jet-lagged, waking up every couple of hours and investigating everything. But apart from that, he was, he had a good night.
Brian was stolen from the wild in West Africa. He was found living in Mexico and confiscated by the authorities. He's still a toddler, so it's hoped that he hadn't suffered too much physical or psychological damage. Sadly, he had most of his teeth pulled out by his owner. But this hasn't affected his happy nature.
He's a really nice lad. He's full of character. I mean, you can see he's all over the place. He's not sat in one corner worrying at all. He's just really enjoying himself.
Brian seems to love fruit, but he is a bit lazy and only eats it if it's peeled for him.
You want a grape?
This habit will have to change because once he joins the chimp nursery, breakfast will be self-service.
You're going to have to learn to do this yourself. We have another 59 chimps to look after as well, you know.
With breakfast over, there's one last job for headkeeper Lee. but Brian thinks it's his first game of the day.
Make you all nice and soft. Because of the climate he comes from, it's going to be far more humid than it is in this country. So what we do tend to find is that the skin will dry out slightly. So what we'll do is we use vegetable oil to put on the hands and feet, on the coat if we can. At this age, if you make it all nice, when he's an adult, it's not going to be a problem when we need to oil his hands or feet. I mean, his hair is absolutely lovely, his skin is absolutely lovely. You know, there's a couple of dry patches on his shoulders, but that's going to happen. But apart from that, and only having 3 teeth, he's really, really in good condition.
And for Brian, the oil is also the perfect drink to wash down his breakfast. In the next few days, he'll have a full health check, and then he'll meet his new family, including resident tearaway 7-year-old Seamus.
He's going to be an excellent playmate for Seamus. Probably one of the things Seamus misses is that someone who's full of life and wants to get involved. Brian's perfect. You know, he should fit in so well. Yeah, within a week of playing with Seamus, you're going to be horrible. You're going to be horrible. Oh.
There are 15 different species of primate at Monkey World. They all originate from a variety of habitats, from the forests of Africa to the jungles of South America and Asia. But one thing they all have in common is that they have larger brains than most other animals, which means they need lots to keep them occupied. Their wild cousins forage for food for most of the day, often travelling long distances between feeding sites. So here at the park, the primate care staff always try to find new and interesting ways to encourage the animals to work harder for their food. Today, Paddy's chimpanzee group are getting a puzzle feeder. Wedged in the holes are carrots, apples and peanut butter, perfect for keeping the troop busy. A chimpanzee's primary sense is sight, and it doesn't take long for 17-year-old Chatter to spot the feeders. The others are not far behind. Alpha male Paddy isn't very bright, and it looks like the feeder is a bit too challenging for him, so he's happy to let the females investigate. When food is concerned, it's every chimp for themselves, and a chimp's life would not be the same without some sort of squabble. 26-year-old Grisby soon works out her game plan. She tries to hog as much of the pole as possible. And, as usual, right in the thick of things is the youngest of the bunch. Eddie is 5 years old. She was born at the park and she's the only chimp to be successfully raised by her group from birth. She's desperate to get her hands on the treats, but Grisby's still determined to hog the pole. And now that Eddie is 5, she'll just have to wait her turn like the others. Eddie, the ambitious, is not going to give up that easily. But she is testing Grisby's patience. Eddie is beginning to realise that she's quickly losing her baby status privileges. Cheeky Gamba is also getting frustrated with Grisby's control over the feeder. He comes up with a plan to dislodge Grisby, but she's not going anywhere. Even second-in-command Jimmy has to wait patiently for his turn. But when alpha male Paddy decides it's his turn, Grisby reluctantly gives up. Male chimpanzees are larger and heavier than females, weighing 45 to 50 kilograms. But for once, Paddy's size doesn't give him an advantage, and he gives up before it gets embarrassing. In the park's woolly monkey house, life has completely changed for one of its new residents, baby Julio.
He's a fully functioning member of this woolly monkey group now, you know, and is still quite happy when I come and see him. Obviously, he's still quite clingy and wants to sort of have protection and attention and all of that. And so I think we've done really well. I think we've got a healthy, well-adjusted little woolly monkey that's part of a functioning group.
Alison spent 7 months hand-rearing Julio because his mother rejected him. But a few weeks ago, he spent his last night in the company of humans.
Very next morning, I brought him down here. We put him in, and he's never come home again. Julio's still getting 3 milk feeds a day, and he generally takes about 50 mils at a time. So when I come down and visit him, which is just about once a week now, it's not that often, just enough to know that I'm still here and I still care about him and love him dearly, and you know, he actually sort of bounces away after our visits, quite happy to join back with the other woolly monkeys, but clearly quite happy to have seen me and spent a bit of time with me as well. So we sort of have achieved the perfect balance. I mean, I'm quite surprised whether it's that Julio's just a progressive, lovely little monkey, or whether it's that we just got the timings just right on all of his transitions in life. He was young enough that he wasn't still hideously clingy to me, although he was clingy to me, but not too much so that he wasn't prepared to consider other options. And yet he was old enough that he was sort of able to sort of go in with the others and be a relatively happy little camper.
Julio now lives with 2 males and 3 females, including his own birth mother.
Susie and Lena love playing with him, and even his mom has taken a wee bit of interest in him, not too much. Good boy. Okay, little man.
Now, Julio will spend the rest of his life living with the other woolly monkeys, and one day he might even father a baby himself.
Are you hiding, Julio? Good boy. We'll see you later, little man.
Across the park in Hernania's chimp group, there's a medical emergency with one of the females.
Let's go.
She's vomiting. She's passing diarrhea, which has become bloody. She's got fluid in her abdomen, and we are very concerned as to why she's taken this turn of events. It's quite possible there's something really nasty happening inside her abdomen. She's a very unhappy animal. She's in pain relief. And we're going in here as an emergency to see if there's anything that's feasible to do. I'm frightened there isn't.
Over the last few weeks, the primate care staff noticed that 10-year-old female Jolene was becoming increasingly unwell. She was losing her hair. Her face was swollen. She had stiff joints, no appetite. She seemed depressed. A few days ago, she was anaesthetized so that the vets could start doing some basic medical tests. They took x-rays, blood tests, and skin biopsies, but the results were inconclusive. The only option now is to do the exploratory operation. In the medical room at Monkey World, Chimpanzee Jolene is ready for surgery. She's only 10 years old, still quite young to be so ill. The staff are worried that she may have a tumour. She arrived at the park 7 years ago from a laboratory in Holland. 3 other females were with her. Although they weren't experimented on, the park is worried that Jolene's physical problems now may have been caused by starting life in such an unnatural environment.
This is weird, Jeremy, because given how she's behaving with the vomiting and everything else, you'd expect to see hugely inflamed guts, which you haven't got.
Looks quite normal, doesn't it?
So I'm deeply puzzled. I can't find anything in the way of an obvious tumour to account for the clinical signs we've had, but I've checked every organ that I can see and it looks normal, except that the stomach itself feels much firmer, thicker, and edematous. That means fluid within the tissue.
Did you see them both?
Mike decides he needs a second opinion. The original investigation was done by wildlife vet John Lewis, so a baffled Mike calls him from the operating theatre.
The guts don't look inflamed. Everything else is normal. So I'm at a loss. I mean, the stomach just does feel doughy, but more than that, I can't say. All right, well, I'm going to take a biopsy from the stomach anyway. Right, okay, well, I'll do that and then close her up. Okie dokes. It may be that by taking everything out and putting it back in again, sometimes in these situations, miracles happen, and that's what we're after. I'm going to take a sample of the stomach wall now, and we'll send that off and see what comes and continue to nurse her. But there's nothing else to explain my symptoms. So, let's close her up.
While Jolene comes round from the anaesthetic, Jeremy and the team will stay with her. In fact, until he's happy that she's beginning to recover, the team won't leave her side. Back with Paddy's group, and the puzzle feeder is still keeping the troop entertained. Grisby is still hogging the pole, and Gamba is still waiting for his turn. Alpha male Paddy waits for no one. He's decided to give the feeder another try, and Grisby finally has to learn to share the treats. Though it's unlikely simply biting the pole will get Paddy anything more than a mouthful of plastic. In chimpanzee society, youngsters like Eddie pick up life skills by watching and learning from others. There are some things worth learning from Dad, Paddy, and there are some things worth forgetting about. Eddie's mum Susie is close by, keeping an eye on her daughter. But the 5-year-old is still determined to get her share and plucks up enough courage to push her luck again with Grisby. In the wild, chimpanzees use stones and sticks as tools to help them get their food more easily. At the park, 26-year-old Buster seems to be one step ahead of the group. He's also using a useful tool. Sneaky Mickey has worked out an even better plan. Why do it yourself when Buster can do all the hard work for you? At last, Susie and her daughter Eddie have their turn on the puzzle feeder. Although Eddie is now much more independent, it's reassuring to have Susie close by, and Mum is definitely the best person to learn from. On the other side of the park, there's another youngster who's growing up fast. Baby orangutan Dinda was rejected by her mum and is being hand-reared by keeper Mike. She's now 3 months old. And just like human babies, that means one thing.
Teething like mad, but I think the best thing for teething on is a finger, which is not really a good idea to let her get into the habit, because when she does get a few teeth through, she'll still think she can do it, and you end up getting a really sore finger because it really hurts. You're going to just open your mouth and see. You can just see up to the top, her top gum. There's just 2 little white dots there, which I think are going to be the first 2 teeth that are going to come through. Something I find interesting is that all the ones that I've ever hand-reared, they seem to go through quite a bad time when they're teething. But I've never seen it with one that's being reared by the mother. The babies just don't seem to go through that same sort of torment that some of the hand-reared ones can. Now, whether they just don't show it in the same way or what, it just accepts it, I really don't know, but it's most peculiar. As you can see, she's got hold of my little finger now, and she's got it shoved right down the back of her throat, and she's chewing on it like mad.
It's not just Dinda's teeth that are developing. Her muscles need to grow too.
They tend to get a little bit lazy, so we're now trying to develop her to make her hang on, and as you can see, she's quite capable of hanging on. Yeah, what? You're going to be a footballer when you grow up, are you? Huh? Who are you going to play for? Huh? Yeah? Which team? The feet, if you watch that foot, see how it immediately grips hold of my finger. The other one, she's just got curled up. Open your finger, that's it. But she can hang on quite happily with those feet as well. But I also remember that when Kai was growing up with his mum, Xiao Kuai, that she actually had the same problem when Kai was first starting to, when she was climbing with Kai, that Kai was getting a little bit lazy, and she actually had to sort of put Kai between her knees and use her chin to sort of hold the baby like that as she was trying to climb up. And now Kai's brilliant. Kai can actually cling on, and he's fabulous. So Dinda's going through really the same sort of things. But we're going to make you climb a bit now, aren't we? And we're trying to get her used to going on the back. Can I just have your hand? And just hold on. Because they will actually ride on Mum's back like that. Of course, I haven't got anywhere near as much hair as an orangutan has, so poor Dinda's at a distinct disadvantage. She's got nothing to get hold of except my ears or my earrings, which she's not allowed to touch. But she hasn't quite sussed this one out yet. So the hands haven't really got hold of there. As you see, she's trying to hold on to the hair on my head. I should really have a nice long wig on or something like that for her to hold on to. I can't see what she's doing, but she seems to be quite relaxed up there. Are you doing up there all right, girl? Yeah?
Across the park in the Bachelor's Chimp group, the two newest recruits are still the centre of attention. 13-year-old Charlie has settled in well since his move from the Nursery group, and today he's enjoying some attention from high-ranking Jester. Everyone at the park is delighted to see Jester and Charlie bonding. Jester can be pretty aggressive, so it's nice to see him being considerate to his new housemate. And a bit of pampering puts anyone in a good mood. The other newcomer, Gypsy, is enjoying the attention of alpha male Butch. Butch seems to really like him, and Gypsy clearly loves hanging out with the boss. Moving chimps into new groups is always risky. They might not be accepted and there's a chance they won't fit in, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for Gypsy. It looks like he was born to be a boisterous bachelor. New boy Charlie has even managed to entice an older chimp, also called Charlie, into a gentle game. Like us, chimps have a long childhood. They're not considered adults until they're 13 to 15 years old. At 13, new boy Charlie can just about hold on to his childhood and enjoy playtime. But at 22, older Charlie soon loses interest in messing about. He prefers more mature activities, like grooming. But new boy Charlie doesn't give up, and soon he's worked his magic on the whole group. It's playtime all round. Back with baby orangutan Dinda, her life lessons are continuing.
Leave me alone.
She is taken into the orangutan nursery group on a regular basis. When she's ready, this will be her new home, so it's important she gets used to their lifestyle.
This is not a human baby. This is an orangutan baby. And we sort of do things like mums would do, pick them up, look at their nails. And as you can see, she's quite happy to be pulled in this sort of direction and picked up. And I'm sure Xiao Kuai would have actually sort of been grooming little Kai and pulling him about like this, down his ears and all sorts of things. And that's the sort of thing that we do with little Dinda here, is treat her like her mum would, so that she grows up thinking she's an orangutan. Very important orangutan. You know, my job's not to make babies out of them. I don't want something that's going to start crying and whinging for me every time it sees me. You know, if they can be part of that group, then that's great. That's my job, and you know, we've all done it well. If they think of themselves as an orangutan, you know, they're not to grow up thinking of themselves as human beings. We know how to do it now properly, so that we can make orangutans and not funny little cross things. That's good, isn't it? Eh?
Next time, we find out if chimpanzee Jolene recovers from her mystery illness. And we catch up with the park's youngest chimp babies, Ash and Rodders. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, we find out if chimpanzee Jolene recovers from her mystery illness. And we catch up with chimp babies Ash and Rodders.
They're big enough and independent enough and weaned enough that they could move into the main group today.
Monkey World cares for 160 primates. Each one has a unique range of behaviours and characteristics. Recently, primate care staff noticed a change in 17-year-old chimpanzee Freddie. He wasn't being his usual boisterous self.
You know, why is he looking sick? Why is his personality changed? Why isn't he diving into the group like he usually does? He's a pain in the neck, Freddie, right? If there's a fight, the boy's in, you know? And when you see the wild child, the reckless child, the one who always dives in where he shouldn't be, you know, when that, you see that dramatically change, any mom will see that and say, so something's going on here.
The staff thinks there might be a problem with Freddie's bowels. It could be something as simple as piles, or something much more sinister. The team aren't taking any chances, and this morning wildlife vet John Lewis prepares for a full internal investigation.
Now and again he bleeds from his rear end. And last time I was down here, we had a good look in the last part of the gut, which is as far as I can go with the instruments that I've had. And I'm not an expert in the interiors of chimps by any means at all. And we couldn't see anything at all. This time, we're bringing in a specialist, a human specialist actually, whose speciality is looking at the inside of the last part of the gut. It could be a minor ulcer in there, which is a relatively trivial affair. It might even be a cancer, a tumour. So you've got anything between those two things.
To give the team more room, today's procedure will be carried out in one of the chimp pavilions, which has been sterilised.
Basically, they're going to take a camera and look up inside Freddie and see if they can find something nasty. You know, we really hope not, because this is Freddie's life at stake.
Freddie was rescued 12 years ago from Austria, where he was found wandering alone in a park. He was probably an unwanted pet, which meant he didn't understand chimp behaviour when he first arrived at Monkey World. But careful rehabilitation and lots of attention from the other chimps has transformed him into a popular member of the boisterous bachelor boys. Freddie is fully sedated during the investigation, in which Dr. Nick Scherer will use a flexible fibre optic camera to examine Freddie's intestines.
And head towards me, long way towards me, please, at the moment.
Chimp intestines are 27 foot long. Dr. Scherer will push the camera along part of the gut to look for any abnormality that might explain Freddie's symptoms.
You can see the scope, but it's got a variety of controls, so I can move it left, right, up and down. Yeah, it's got a little wash button, so I can sort of wash any debris off. Yeah, and hopefully, by looking through this, we'll be able to manipulate it all the way around Freddie's bowel, and hopefully see if there is any cause of his bleeding. Okay.
Pretty much when a human doctor gets inside a chimp, he feels comfortable. And so, you know, the anatomy of a chimp is close. It's a little different. So John's there with his knowledge of chimp anatomy. You've got Nick Scherer there with his expert knowledge of human anatomy, and you put those people together, and you're hoping for a good outcome for Freddie, hoping that we get lucky, that all is well.
It's a hot day, and in Paddy's chimp enclosure, head keeper Lee has a special treat. The chimp version of an ice lolly. Frozen fruit, the perfect way for them to cool down. The fruit is placed in the pond and hidden between the rocks. This makes the chimps work harder for their reward. Although this enclosure covers 2 acres, it doesn't take long for Gamba to guide the group over to the fruit stash. The chimps always shout about something new, especially if it's food. Alpha male Paddy immediately leaps in to take control. But low-ranking Mickey sneaks in behind and grabs as much as he can hold. The smallest member of the clan, Eddie, isn't keen getting wet. For once, she's happy to watch and learn how it's done. 26-year-old Kathy is much bolder and heads straight in. Chimpanzees' arms are longer than their legs, so they can reach out to fruits growing on branches. It also means they can stretch right out into the pond. Paddy's not worried about the water either and takes what he wants. He knows he's going to be popular with anyone who doesn't want to get wet, so he's off to find himself a hiding place. High-ranking Beth has also grabbed a melon, but she hasn't got into a hiding place fast enough. And in hot pursuit are Buster, Clin, and Eddie. But Beth isn't feeling generous, and the harder they try, the more Beth ignores them. Across the enclosure, even alpha male Paddy is having problems, but luckily for him, only one chimp is brave enough to try and take some of the treat. Second in command, Jimmy. Beth's following has grown from 3 to 5, but she's a high-ranking female, so it will take more than a few eager subordinates to make her give up her prize. But persistent Eddie pushes her baby status privileges and luck to the limit, and it finally pays off. Eddie's chances of keeping the prize treat are slim with cheeky Buster around, and no sooner does she have it, it's gone.
Happy with the patient up your end?
He's absolutely fine, yeah.
Chimpanzee Freddy has been under anaesthetic for 15 minutes. Specialist Dr. Scherer is carrying out his bowel investigation.
Try just a bit more suction.
Right.
Please.
He's just let go.
Yeah, keep going. That's lovely. Yeah, no, it's lovely. I can see it all whizzing up the tube. Yeah.
You don't get out much.
I don't get out much. Yeah. I'm afraid for anybody other than the operator, it's like watching paint dry.
The camera is now part way through Freddy's bowel, but so far Dr. Scherer hasn't found any blockages, bleeding or signs of a tumour.
Yeah.
And there's a problem. The deeper the camera travels into Freddy's bowel, the harder it becomes to control the device at the end of the flexible tube.
Essentially, this is like trying to stand at one end of your garden and push the garden hose in a straight line to the other end of the garden. And of course, by the time it gets halfway, it starts curling and kinking in the middle. Yeah, and the more you push, all you get is curling and curling and curling. And you have to try and keep straightening it out to get the loops out to get it advancing further. How much trouble do you think it would be to turn Freddy on his back?
None at all.
Excellent, let's do that then. It might just help the bowel to flop into a better position to allow us to go around.
Now Freddy is on his back, Dr. Scherer is able to make good progress through the intestine. Eventually, he completes his examination, and to everyone's relief, he hasn't spotted anything sinister.
We've examined the left side of Freddy's bowel completely, which is entirely normal. And indeed, if a human were complaining of bright red rectal bleeding, that would be the investigation we would choose to do.
But from what you see, what do you
what I can
think?
see is absolutely looks normal. Yeah, there's no sign of any blood coming from any higher up. We can certainly take a couple of biopsies from the bowel.
It may be good news, but it doesn't explain why Freddy's bleeding. So Dr. Scherer decides to take a biopsy. A small cutting device is inserted along the tube to remove a piece of Freddy's intestine. It'll be sent off for further medical tests. But then, as he is removing the camera, he thinks he's finally found the cause of the problem. And luckily for Freddy, as everyone hoped, there's a simple explanation.
I'm just saying that at the anal canal, there's sort of protuberances that would essentially be small hemorrhoids, so small piles. That could easily be the cause of some bleeding.
Chimps are susceptible to most of the same ailments that affect humans. So for Jim, finding out that Freddie just has piles is a relief.
But it's not drastic or terminal. And that was our big scare, wasn't it? I mean, you always worry, but it's not. So I'm pleased. Alison will be really pleased. Let's watch and let's see. But it is possible that, he could have gotten a habit and maybe he's worrying it. And if he's doing that, we can do things. And it really, we'll have to do some basics, stay in touch with John, stay in touch with Nick, and just go from there.
When he recovers from his anesthetic, Freddie will rejoin his friends in the bachelor group. His condition might not be serious, but let's hope they won't be too rough with him for a little while. At Monkey World, in Hernanya's chimpanzee group, there is sad news. 10-year-old Jolene has died. She'd been in decline for weeks.
In the end, what finally got Jolene was kidney failure. On her last check that the vets did when they had her under anesthetic, they ran some bloods directly off to the lab, and they came back that she had no kidney function. And that's actually quite a nasty, painful thing to encounter. So at that point in time, it was decided really that there was nothing more that can be done for her, and rather than let her continue on and suffer a few more days, the decision was made to actually put Jolene to sleep.
It was very difficult for all of the primate care staff.
Keeping her alive for an extra couple of days, she would have been in terrible pain and upset and wouldn't have been able to move around as she wanted to. So, yeah, the decision was made for her, and we sadly had to end her life.
Jolene's illness was a mystery from the start. For several weeks, she'd had a strange collection of symptoms such as baldness, swelling and stiff joints. But a full range of medical tests and an exploratory operation showed nothing conclusive.
Sometimes in these situations, miracles happen, and that's what we're after. There's nothing else to explain the clinical signs we've had.
Did you see them both?
Chimpanzees are one of the best animals at hiding if they're in pain. It's a defense mechanism.
By the time you start noticing, say, Jolene taking weak or stiff steps kind of thing, she's probably in an awful lot of pain at that point in time. And all you have to go on are all of these faint signs of illness that they're always trying to mask. So it isn't very easy to necessarily figure out what is happening with them. And Jolene's case was just that. She was a little bit of a mystery from beginning to end.
Jolene was rescued from a laboratory in Holland 7 years ago. She was never experimented on, but the park often finds that living in an unnatural environment like a lab can cause physical problems later on.
We don't actually know why Jolene's immune system wasn't capable of dealing with it. I mean, whether it has something to do with her background or not. All of the other 3 laboratory chimps are fit and healthy. And I guess that's what we have to stick with now and try and remember, is that even when you have a tragic, just devastating death like this, that you've got everybody else who still needs you. And so you look to all of the others and you try and make sure that you do what's right for them, and that you come in the next day ready to go and ready to do the right thing for those that are left behind, because it's a new day.
This afternoon, there's some long-awaited progress in the Nursery chimp group. Youngsters Ben and Pip are finally playing outside. Although Ben has always been quite confident, he normally sticks by cautious Pip. But today, Ben has left Pip's side to explore his surroundings alone. The park has been waiting for this moment for a long time, so it's fantastic to see. Pip follows Ben's lead and decides it's time she explored the outside world on her own. It's a huge development for a nervous chimp. 6 years ago, both chimps were rejected by their mums, so they had to be hand-reared.
You tell it. Yeah, see
Right. After 18 months, they successfully moved into the chimp nursery with foster mum Sally.
And this is going well.
But the trouble with this pair was the bigger they grew, the more they became afraid of the outside world.
They just don't seem bothered. By now, everybody else would have just strolled out, so I don't know what these guys' problem is.
But now, as Ben's confidence grows, he's found the perfect playmate, 8-year-old Seamus. Seamus loves messing around and tons of rough and tumble. But sadly, Seamus isn't really the best role model. He might be a lovable hooligan, but he's very spoiled by Sally. He's allowed to get away with everything. And although everyone is very pleased at Ben's newfound confidence, they do hope spending so much time with Seamus won't turn Ben into a naughty chimp too. In the boisterous bachelor group enclosure, there's concern for one of the park's most lovable characters, Charlie. He is 22 years old, but looks a lot older. This is because of the physical abuse he suffered as a beach photographer's prop in Spain. Charlie has always been popular with the boisterous group of 13, and alpha male Butch is often by his side keeping an eye on him. It's common to see Charlie being groomed by his fellow bachelors, and apart from his love of food, there's nothing he enjoys more. But now the park is worried that the 22-year-old is not being as well looked after. In fact, today, he's struggling to get his hands on his favourite treat. Charlie is usually first in there with a mammoth helping, but it seems that he's having trouble getting just one piece. And even newcomer Gypsy has managed to get his hands on some of the tasty corn. More worrying for Charlie is the fact that his usual protector, Butch, is being very rough with him. Luckily, high-ranking male Jester is on hand to help Charlie. Butch does have a hot temper, and it's hard to tell if Charlie was just in the way or if the alpha male specifically targeted him. It's good news that Charlie has others around who can defend him, and the usually feisty Jester is even happy to share a small piece of corn with him. But the primate care staff will have to make sure that poor Charlie doesn't get picked on too often at mealtimes. Back over in the chimp nursery, new babies are usually cared for by foster mum Sally. But today, animal manager Jeremy is about to introduce Ash and Rodders to the other adult female in this group, Lulu.
Come on. Come on. Who's this? Who have we got here? You want that one? Oops, no. Sorry, that was my fault.
This little male and female are the youngest chimps in the park. They haven't moved to the nursery yet. Meeting one of their potential foster mums is the first stage.
Rodders and Ash are about 1.25 years now, and I want this to move quite quickly, though really it's up to them as to how quickly. This will be sort of pushed along, but you mustn't push it too fast, otherwise it'll just go backwards. And simple as that. They're big enough and independent enough and weaned enough that they could move into the main group today. But, obviously it'll take it'll be a while. I don't know how long, when we're good and ready.
Both Ash and Rodders were rejected by their mums. The park decided to hand rear them together so they could get used to being with other chimps from birth. It should make it much easier for them to settle into the chimp nursery. Unlike Ben and Pip, these two love playing outdoors. Every day they develop their muscles and coordination on their very own climbing frame.
Whimper, whimper.
Lulu was rescued from Cyprus 6 years ago when a family saved her from a circus. Her mother had bitten her right arm, it became infected and had to be amputated. Lulu has no problems living life with just one arm and is now just as responsible for bringing up the babies as foster mum Sally. And one day, she might even take over. Chimp meetings can be noisy, but Lulu is very calm and tries to make the babies as comfortable as possible. She makes submissive gestures such as crouching and offering out her hand and feet. Rodders and Ash are both quite nervous of Lulu, sticking close to Jeremy. But every now and again, when they realise there's nothing to be scared of, they do let go a bit.
I think the next thing to do is to introduce more people, get them all, you know, I'll probably bring them in with maybe everybody or certainly more individuals, and then, you know, let them take over and I can fade away. You know, next time Ash comes off me, I might stand up and see what happens. You know, they're obviously playing reasonably well. Oh, really independent, yeah. I was just cracking you up to be really independent and terrific and good. You're going to pull that.
This meeting has gone well, but it looks like Ash and Rodders might need Jeremy's support for a little while longer. Next time, the park is hit by some devastating and unexpected news. This is Monkey World, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. With every animal comes a story. Some funny, some shocking. Dramas great and small. Today on Monkey Life, Jim checks up on chimpanzee Charlie. He's getting picked on at mealtimes.
He really doesn't have it in him to be a tough guy. He doesn't like to fight, he doesn't like violence, and he really can't compete in this.
And nerves start to show when Mexican chimp Brian meets foster mum Sally. Rescuing primates is a crucial part of Monkey World's work. So far, the park has rescued 118 primates with the help of 15 governments around the world. This year, they broke new territory. They rescued Brian, their first chimp from Mexico. And this morning, something important is about to happen. He's met some of the primate care staff.
Hello.
But now, he's going to meet his first chimp. His new foster mum, Sally, from the Nursery group. The team are relying on Sally's perfect chimp skills to make the introduction go smoothly.
Sally's the chosen one in the park. Sally's who we introduce every baby chimp to. It's from Sally that they learn about chimpanzee social structure, hierarchy, how to behave, what to expect. Sally's his best chance of one day growing up and being into a group just like all the others have.
Brian had a terrible start in life. He was being used as a beach photographer's prop in Mexico. His owner knocked most of his teeth out so he wouldn't bite the tourists that he was forced to pose with.
Hey.
But he had a lucky escape. Because he was so young, the Mexican authorities confiscated him, and he spent a year being very well looked after at the Escaret Eco Park. But because they only care for native species, Monkey World were asked to take him so he could grow up with his own kind. Jim and Alison are now keen for Brian and Sally to meet. And although Sally's very experienced with young chimps, animal manager Jeremy is on hand to support Brian.
Yes, let's go. Jeremy?
Yeah, he's good, he's good.
With everything in place, Sally can make her entrance.
Sal! Oh.
As she approaches Brian, he's understandably nervous.
Oh, good girl, Sal. Good girl. Good girl. Where's he gone? I can't see him. Hey, look, I'm a maypole all of a sudden. Yeah. No, that's not a good idea.
No one knows if he's ever even met an adult chimp. But when youngsters are nervous, Sally knows exactly what to do. Hang back and give them space.
She's okay. She's okay. That's Sal. Yeah, you're with me, okay? You're with me, and that's Sal. That's okay. We're all together. Good girl, Sal. Go on, bring him a banana.
Her slow, careful movements help Brian realise she isn't actually a threat.
Okay. I think he's warming to you, Sal, because you're so good at this, aren't you? You're so good. Oh, here we go. Oh, good girl.
Good, oh, good girl.
Within minutes, Sally has worked her magic. The younger the chimps arrive at the park, the easier it is to integrate them. Brian is only 3 years old, so it gives him a big advantage.
Within 5 minutes, he did what we've seen many times. The light switch went on, and all of a sudden he remembered who he is, he remembered what he was supposed to do, and before you know it, from screaming, he was in there, and she was getting a really big hug from Sally, so just incredible, just amazing.
Sally's next tactic is to try and put Brian at ease by grooming him. In the wild, chimps live in social groups, and grooming is probably their most important social behaviour. It maintains or improves friendships and calms nervous or tense individuals.
Can you come and join our party? Join our gang? Well, it didn't last long, did it, Sal?
But Brian's had little or no experience of being a chimp, so he just wants to do the fun stuff, like play.
He likes being tickled. He does like that. The grooming's not so popular. Tickle him. She's trying to teach him how to groom, but as always, Sally's not going to push it too far. She's absolutely brilliant.
Sally has once again proved that she's the perfect foster mum. Now she's earned Brian's trust, they will spend the night together. Alison has been waiting for this amazing moment for a very long time.
I just can't even believe it after more than a year of sort of paperwork and people talking about him and all of the reasons why he couldn't come. It seems hard to believe that he is finally here, and really nice. So first thing I'm going to do is try and get some photos done and send them back to Mexico so that everybody who worked so hard getting him here on that end can see that he's here and he's about to have a whole family of his own.
In Paddy's chimp group, the 21 members are a relaxed lot. This is because their alpha male has fantastic leadership skills. In the wild, it's the boss's job to protect their community and territory from other chimps. They also have to keep their own troop in order. They do this with a strict hierarchy. The female chimps have a pecking order as well. It can shift when the younger females grow up and try to compete with the higher-ranking girls. Today, that's just what seems to be happening between old girl Zoe and low-ranking Lola. A scuffle has broken out. It's unusual to see Zoe backing down, and it's a brave move by Lola, as she is one of the lowest-ranking members of the troop. She's taking a risk and putting herself in a dangerous situation. Zoe may be getting old, but she is still a high-ranking individual with many allies. And it doesn't take long for second-in-command Jimmy to step in and put Lola in her place. While Zoe tries to hold on to her position in the group, the youngest chimp member, Eddie, is beginning to find her place within the strict hierarchy. 5-year-old was born at the park and she's the only chimp to be successfully raised by her group from birth. It's given her a fantastic start in life. Through every developmental stage, her mum Susie and her extended family have been there to teach her how to be a good chimp. And as she grows, the more her chimp politics skills develop. Today, she wants to show her dad, Paddy, she's beginning to understand her place. Submitting to him shows respect and trust. Paddy has always doted on his little girl, which has given her a lot of confidence. She is totally at ease with all of the group and wise enough to know that there are some chimps you must be respectful to, like Paddy, and some you can stand up to, like cheeky Gamba. It seems she has the boys just where she wants them. But finding her place with the ladies may not be quite as straightforward. Baby orangutan Dinda is now 3 months old. She's the park's 4th orangutan birth. And keeper Mike has been hand-rearing her. Orangutans spend most of their lives living high up in the trees, so learning to hang on tight, even when their mums are carrying them, is a vital skill. When an orang is hand-reared, it's crucial that their muscle tone and coordination are developed. So Mike's devised an intriguing garment to help Dinda develop her gripping skills.
Alison actually had a really good idea about making a sort of tabard out of all these dog toys. So I've just got the last one just to attach at the bottom here. And believe it or not, you can actually put your head in and wear it. And then the idea is that when we take Dinda out, she actually hangs on to us rather than us carry her around. And hopefully she'll start to hang on to all the toys with her hands and her feet and encourage her to sort of get a bit of muscle. As you see, she's struggling now to sort of sit herself up. She can sit herself up. She hasn't climbed any higher than there. But hopefully this is actually going to encourage her to do those sort of things. I just hope she appreciates it. After me spending all day trying to work out the best way to connect everything. How about that then, Dinda? You thrilled to bits about that? Right, so here we go. I was always good at making fancy dress costumes. That's the idea. So let's see if she appreciates it. Hey, look at this. Are you going to come to me? You're a little bit stuck now, aren't you? Yeah, that's a bit scary, isn't it? What about this? Let's close your little door. This is an orangutan gymnasium, but a portable one, a walking one. You hold on to that. Yeah, you do. Go on. That one is going to have to get used to hanging on to something as well. Hold on to that. Good girl. There, that's got that one on. And got another foot here. Mostly orangutans have 2 feet. You hold on to there with that one. Good girl. And don't slip down. There you are.
The reason Mike decided to develop this contraption is because hand-reared babies can be a bit lazy. Dinda knows if she were to fall, Mike would catch her. But if she was living with Mum and didn't hold on tightly, it could prove fatal.
Obviously, I'd be a little bit careful to start off with until she's really got used to the idea of doing it. But I used to go for a walk into the woods with her, and I used to make her hold on to my sweater because, you know, she has to learn how to hold on rather than carry her around. And usually by the time I'd walked for about, 10 minutes, she was down by my knees, where she actually got further and further down. So hopefully this will be easier for her to hold on to.
So all that's left to find out is if Mike's hard labour has been worth it.
You holding on all right? Well done. It's a good girl, Dinda.
At Monkey World Rescue Centre, in the Bachelor Group, one of the most lovable characters, Chimpanzee Charlie, is being picked on at mealtimes. As it's the park's mission to ensure that all the primates are happy, Jim's come to see Charlie's situation for himself.
Staff have been telling me that Charlie's having to work a little bit harder for his food. He really doesn't have it in him to be a tough guy. He doesn't like to fight, he doesn't like violence, and he really can't compete in there. So what's been happening is that, when they've been feeding them, Charlie's going around asking for food, and he's, would you please, could you give me some? And he's doing all of that, and sometimes they'll share, but most of the times they don't. So I thought I'd come up, see for myself. I mean, he's had a tough time, Charlie. He doesn't have a lot going for him. I can see the poor boy waiting over there. I see you. He's sticking his tongue out.
Although you're not supposed to have favourites, Charlie was one of Jim's first rescues, so he has a soft spot for him. And sadly, when the food's dished out, alpha male Butch does indeed go for Charlie. Chimp life is a volatile one, and mealtimes seem to bring out the worst in everyone. Charlie's pal Paquito is also having problems landing a treat.
Come on, run, get it, run.
This is because he's at the bottom of the pecking order, so he has to wait. He tries to sneak off inside, but is spotted by Butch. Intimidated, Paquito drops his corn, feeling sorry for him.
Come on.
Jim tries again.
Come on then. Come on.
Even with Jim's help, it seems low-ranking Paquito is going to have to give up for now. This may seem unfair for Paquito, but it's a natural part of chimp life. And at least he isn't being physically picked on at mealtimes, like Charlie.
Yeah, he got hassled from everybody. He got really nervous and kept looking around for his opening, kind of, So I thought, if I can keep Butch happy, give him some, and just keep getting him towards Charlie at the same time, keep getting some to him, that sooner or later he's going to sneak in, he's going to grab a couple. So he did. He didn't let me down. It was great. Charlie's doing the best he can because he's got no weaponry, he's got no way to fight, so he's just got to try to be a nice guy. He really is overall pretty happy here. He's very happy here.
At last, Charlie has managed to get some corn. He's holding out his hand to Jester to show he's submissive. So hopefully he'll be allowed to keep hold of the treat. And as alpha male Butch is out of sight, Charlie may even be able to relax.
I don't think you'd ever call Butch steadfast. I mean, he's the archetypal fair weather friend. He loves Charlie in his own way, but he just loses it so completely. And Charlie never did like to fight, never did like confrontation, and it's why you gotta love him. He is an innocent, if you like, in this big bad boy's world. You see Butch rough him up sometimes, and it kind of grabs you, kind of breaks your heart a little bit because he just doesn't deserve it. He's on close monitoring, Charlie. Charlie is on close monitoring every day of his life by everybody in this park. And I think everybody loves him so much that you just gotta put that little bit of extra effort in, That's what we've got to do now. We've got to make sure that Charlie's okay. I don't know how long Charlie's gonna be with us. He just looks and acts like an old man, but you can't tell. He could be here for a long time, maybe not. But for as long as he's here, let's make it a little bit special for him.
And for 365 days a year, making all the primates' lives special is exactly what Jim and his dedicated team do. But the park was hit by some devastating news. A shock that no one could ever have imagined. A disaster that left everybody heartbroken.
Jim Cronin, who founded the Monkey World Ape Rescue Centre in Dorset, has died.
World-renowned conservationist, entrepreneur, larger-than-life character, Jim Cronin. Exactly 20 years ago, he founded Monkey World in rural Dorset. Jim and his wife Alison were tireless campaigners in the battle against the illegal trade in apes, as well as cases of abuse. A battle he vowed would continue. He passed away in a New York clinic after a short battle against cancer.
It's a bit daunting right now. It hasn't been long since Jim passed away. So everything's very raw right now for me. Jeremy's been a rock for me, and I know that his heart is broken as well, but now it's sort of I suppose you can look at it in a different way. The animals are now giving back to sort of Jeremy and I, sort of what we need in terms of keeping focused, keeping Jim's passion alive. And we're going to do that.
Jim's passion became our passion, and I'm really honoured to be in that position. Chase dreams. This was Jim's dream, and it's reality. It's not impossible.
Jim wanted to create a safe haven for rescued primates. But 20 years ago, this thriving 65-acre sanctuary housing over 160 primates was a very different place. There were just 9 chimpanzees. Jim took a long lease out on land that was nothing more than a derelict pig farm.
I think everybody throughout the county of Dorset just thought, you know, he was a bit of a crazy American who was going to start this small little monkey park, and he and his monkeys would sort of live out in the woods. He knew that it was possible to build a place that people would embrace and that people would understand why it was so important.
Come on in.
Jim's mission to rescue primates began during the 1980s. There were reports of chimpanzees being used in the tourist industry in Spain. It was something Jim was passionate about.
We are saying to the people in this county and to the British public, you want to see us rescue them, be part of that, and see a rescue operation take place. You adopt a chimp here and save a chimp who is dying in Spain.
You know, Jim and Jeremy came down with a vision and a dream, and actually Amy was with them at that point in time too. It was the 3 of them, Jim, Jeremy, and Amy, and they got started on building what has turned into a huge park now, rescuing species from around the world.
Building up this sanctuary took enormous amounts of hard work, but Jim never gave up and battled to save many of the monkeys and apes that were being horrifically abused.
When they weren't beating them to keep them calm and sedate so they'd pose for the tourists, they were chucking them in small boxes and giving them virtually nothing to eat, as little as possible, just enough to keep them going.
Sure enough, Jim stuck with the mission. At that point in time, he had told the Spanish government that if they enforced the international wildlife laws that protect chimpanzees, that he would come over and he would rehome every single chimpanzee that they confiscated.
And Jim did just that. 4 years ago, Alberto, the last Spanish beach photographer's prop, made it to Monkey World. And in the last 20 years, Jim, Alison, and their team of primate care staff have been on 61 rescue missions in 15 different countries. 43 babies have been born to 10 different species, including some of the rarest primates on the planet. To date, 118 apes and monkeys have been rescued. They have a second chance of a life with their own kind, and it's all down to the passion and determination of Jim Cronin and his team at Monkey World.
He was a great pragmatist, believe it or not, and sort of knew that if he could get the message across to people, that people would feel the same way he did about it. And, you know, there wasn't anybody greater at that. If you came to the park and saw him, he was just always overflowing with enthusiasm. And that's what's so hard. That's what's so hard to take about all of this, is that he had so much life and passion and wanted to share that with everybody. And it's just hard to believe that that's gone. But I guess I'd like to think that anybody who comes to the park now can still see that and can still feel that and still feel that drive. And we're going to carry on. That's what Jim would have wanted, is for everybody to carry on and to keep the message going. And in the last weeks of his life, he made me promise that I would do just that. And I'll try and muster the same sort of force that Jim did, and we'll be good. We'll be good.